Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you are our rock. Today, inspire our senators to safely walk on the path of wisdom. Remind them that reverence for you guarantees a great start for their journey. Inspire them to strive to fulfill your purposes. May they daily express their gratitude for your bountiful blessings as you continue to direct their steps. Trusting you with all their hearts, may they find in you their strength and shield. Lord, lead them like a shepherd. Remind them that you have set apart the godly for yourself. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 4, 2021, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Brian Schatz, a senator from the state of Hawaii, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patrick J. Leahy, President pro tempore.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar number 1, S11.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to S11, a bill to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense and so forth.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as the Senate prepares to take up the American Rescue Plan today, I want to remind everyone why we're here. This country is in the midst of a once-in-a-century crisis. Not once in a decade, not once in every 50 years, once in a century. It's a crisis that is still very much with us, and it is deadly, deadly serious. It has claimed more than 515,000 precious lives across every part of the nation. For the better part of the calendar year, businesses have had to close their doors. Entire industries teetered on the brink of collapse. The economy has lost 10 million jobs since this time last year. Millions of Americans are thousands of dollars behind on the rent and on the utilities. Folks are facing eviction. American families have had their water shut off, their heat shut off in the depth of winter, and the power cut during their kids' first days of virtual kindergarten. Even as the vaccine is quickly making its way into Americans' arms now that President Biden has taken the helm, tens of thousands of Americans continue to get sick every week, and we are racing against the clock to defeat the pandemic and to save American lives. Now, Congress has come together on several occasions to pass emergency relief in this time of extraordinary crisis. In each case, we saw our economy recover briefly before worrying trends took hold again, showing the depth of the economic crisis. It's not going to be quick and easy to get out of. After the CARES bill passed, our economy stabilized before dipping deeply again in the summer. After we passed another emergency bill in December, the January numbers looked positive before once again slipping in recent weeks. Trusted economists, Treasury Secretary Yellen, Federal Chair Powell, both cautious, careful people, are telling us plain as day that the economy is not yet ready to stand on its own, that our recovery is deeply uncertain, that the risk of doing little is far greater than doing too much. We also arrived at this moment about to take up the American Rescue Plan because we remember what happened the last time our country faced a significant economic downturn. Congress was too limited and constrained in its response to the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. And as a result, the country suffered a long, slow, painful recovery, a lost decade for many American families, creating anger, pessimism, a sourness in the land that discombobulated our politics. We are not going to make those same mistakes again. We are not going to condemn millions of working Americans to another lost decade of tepid recovery. We are not going to abdicate our responsibility to help the American people just because we've started to see the first hint that things aren't as bad as during the very worst days of the pandemic. Our mission is to crush the virus now, get our country back to normal, lay the foundation for our economy to come roaring back, roaring back. That's what the American Rescue Plan is designed to do. And the entire country has gotten behind it. Hundreds of the nation's top business leaders support the plan. More than 400 mayors and local leaders from both parties, Democrat and Republican, support the plan. The American people support the plan, including a clear majority of Democrats, independents, Republicans. It seems the only group that opposes the bill are Republicans here in Washington. And it's confounding. When Donald Trump was president, they were willing to vote for a total of over $3 trillion in aid. Now that President Biden is president and the economy is in the same pickle, generally speaking, they don't want to vote for a nickel. I wonder why. I wonder why. And I have to say, a few of my Republican colleagues are going to some pretty ridiculous lengths to showcase their opposition to a bill The Economist has called one of the most popular bills in decades, a bill supported by a majority of Republican voters, not Republican senators, but voters. Yesterday, the Republican senator from Wisconsin, the same senator who last summer proudly declared he would oppose even a dime more in COVID relief, the same senator who spent a Senate hearing on Capitol security reading conspiracy theories into the record and saying that January 6th wasn't an armed insurrection, decided to make himself the face of the Republican opposition to the bill by vowing to force the reading of the Senate amendment to the American Rescue Plan in full before we can proceed with the bill. We all know this will merely delay the inevitable. It will accomplish little more than a few sore throats for the Senate clerks who work very hard day in, day out to help the Senate function. And I want to thank our clerks profoundly for the work they do every day, including the arduous task ahead of them. Still, we are delighted that the senator from Wisconsin wants to give the American people another opportunity to hear what's in the American Rescue Plan. We Democrats want America to hear what's in the plan, and if the senator from Wisconsin wants to read it, let everybody listen, because it has overwhelming support. We want them to hear about the direct checks they'll get as promised to help them keep up with the cost of groceries, medicine, and the rent, about funding to expand testing and support the vaccine, about the resources for schools to reopen quickly and safely as possible, about the money to keep firefighters, teachers, bus drivers, and first responders on the job, about the dollars to provide rental assistance to keep Americans in their homes, about the help the hardest hit small businesses hang on until brighter days return. Oh yes, when the senior senator from Wisconsin reads, the American people will get another chance to hear about the tax breaks for low-income workers and assistance for American families struggling with child care, two measures that help make the American Rescue Plan one of the single largest anti-poverty bills in recent history. And then, once the American people have heard all over again about the provisions that make this bill so popular, about the support that is going to lift the country out of the crisis, provide millions of vaccines in people's arms, and set it on a path to strong recovery, the Senate is going to move forward with the bill. No matter how long it takes, the Senate is going to stay in session to finish the bill this week. The American people deserve nothing less. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
the president is saying is accurate, then why is so much of the money not even spent, not even going to be spent until a year from now? I look at the bill and I say, what, if all that's true to deal with an immediate crisis, why are we giving money to states and local governments that have actually seen their revenues go up? Why? There's no crisis. And I look at the bill and I ask myself, you know, why are we giving money to bail out pension plans? Can we talk about this? And I look at the bill and I say, why, as I just alluded to, why are we giving 160, I think that's the figure, Mr. President, $160 billion to our elementary and secondary education institutions when we've given them $70 billion in the past and they've only spent $4 billion? Where's the fire? They've got $65 billion or so left. This is real money. There's no money fairy. And I look at the bill. I mean, I want to help the American people. Gosh, many of them do need help. But should we really be sending stimulus checks to people who've never missed a paycheck out there? Do they really need the money if they haven't been laid off? If they've been paid the entire time of the lockdown? Why are we doing this? Couldn't that money, first of all, one option is not to spend it if there's not a need and pay down our debt, or at least not increase our debt. Another option would be spend it on something that we really need. And I've come to the conclusion I'm not trying to be mean-spirited, but that's why I say calling this a coronavirus bill, you know, it's like calling Harvey Weinstein a feminist. This isn't a coronavirus bill, not the way it's been portrayed. Now, the American people still have needs. We still have some folks, primarily in the leisure industry and the travel industry, who need our help. They do need help. We have a lot of folks who lost their job through no fault of their own unemployment is about to run out. They need our help, and we ought to help them. But the right way to do this, Mr. President, is to sit down as a body, Democrats and Republicans, and go through our needs, not our wants, because that's another problem with this bill. It's more wanty than needy. Go through our needs, and let's discuss how much money we should appropriate to those needs in light of the fact that we've already spent $4 trillion and we have a bunch of money left over. And that's not the way this is being done. This is just being rammed down our throats. This is just raw gut politics, which I understand. I've been around it. You have too, Mr. President. We've both been around the block a few times. But that's not how you allocate scarce resources. And the final point I'll make, you know, I know when we did the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, we meaning the Republicans, we went through reconciliation. We did. And so a fair-minded person might be thinking, well, Kennedy, you know, how can you criticize your Democratic colleagues for using reconciliation if you did it? And that's fair, except when we did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we asked our Democratic friends in leadership, can we sit down and see what we can put together? And we were told no. We don't want to reduce taxes. And that's not what happened this time. You know, 10 of my colleagues, I wasn't invited, and that's okay, but 10 of my colleagues went to the White House and visited with President Biden for 2 hours. And came back and said, you know, I think he may want to put together a bill together, and we're excited. And he's going, yay, that's great, wonderful. And then next thing we knew, White House issued a statement and said, our idea of unity is to do what we say, don't ask questions. And we both said, no, that's not unity. So all this could have been avoided, Mr. President. It all could have been avoided. And I think I think we're going to end up spending money that doesn't need to be spent right now. I think we're going to end up spending money where we don't need to spend it. And I'm so glad that Senator Schumer withdrew his bridge project and that Speaker Pelosi withdrew her Silicon Valley subway. That's just spending porn as far as I'm concerned. But in any event, Mr. President, I wanted to get that off my chest. We're going to go through a vote-a-rama where we all offer amendments. Maybe together we can make this bill better and get rid of some of the spending porn, as I call it, and do the job that the American people sent us here to do. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I don't see Senator Sanders. I'm sorry. I yield to my good friend, Senator Peters.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, as we near the 1-year anniversary of the coronavirus pandemic gripping our country, there's no question that Michiganders and people all across our country are still hurting. While we're making important progress in the fight to combat this virus, this public health and economic crisis continues to take a significant toll on families, workers who are out of a job, educators, students, small businesses, hospitals, and communities all across our country. We passed targeted temporary relief in December, but we knew at that time that that was not going to be enough. We need more robust, meaningful relief. We must act quickly to meet the urgency of this moment by swiftly passing the American Rescue Plan. This is about relief for Michiganders and Americans who are reeling and are trying to make ends meet, funding to help schools safely reopen, sources to speed up vaccine distribution, and support small businesses fighting to stay afloat. I continue to hear from Michiganders from all across the state who are struggling to put food on the table, and pay their rent, and keep the lights on. These folks are not asking for a handout. They simply want a lifeline to get to the other side of the pandemic. When we passed $600 relief checks in December, I pledged that we must do more and that we could do that by providing people with an additional $1,400 to fulfill the promise of $2,000 in relief funds. With the American Rescue Plan, the majority of Michiganders and Americans who receive these relief checks in December are going to be eligible once again. This bill would mean a family of 4 could receive an additional $5,600. That support is vital to make sure that people don't fall into poverty as a result of this pandemic, and that they can get back up on their feet as quickly as possible. We know that millions of workers across our country, including workers in Michigan, are on the verge of seeing unemployment benefits expire on March 14th. We cannot abandon folks who are out of work through no fault of their own because of COVID-19. They have seen this pandemic disrupt their jobs and their incomes. The need for unemployment assistance is widespread, and it is necessary in Michigan. For example, there were over 840,000 active claims for Michiganders for unemployment assistance in Michigan just in February. That's up from 529,000 in January. And these claims for assistance come from every single county all across our state. We need to act now so these individuals remain eligible for unemployment benefits, including if they were self-employed workers, like small business owners, freelance workers, independent contractors, or gig workers. We must ensure families receiving unemployment have enough assistance to get by, which is why I support an additional $400 in weekly benefits. We also need to provide certainty that this assistance will continue to be there for them in the months ahead, not just for the next few days. The American Relief Plan will do just that by bolstering our state unemployment programs with additional federal support through August 29th. To help families get back to work, we all know that we must also safely reopen our schools. Many parents and educators are struggling to assist children through lessons while juggling other work and caregiving demands during the pandemic. The American Rescue Plan reflects a point of consensus that we want our students to return to in-person learning as quickly and as safely as possible. And the more resources that we can provide, the better. In response to the negative impact that COVID-19 has had on education, a stronger and urgent investment in our schools is absolutely critical for achieving safe operations and recovering from gaps in learning. That is why the American Rescue Plan is absolutely essential. This legislation will provide $170 billion in emergency funding to our schools and to our students, with $130 billion for K-12. The funding will help schools take steps based on science and recommended by the CDC to ensure that students and educators can safely return to the classroom. This includes repairing ventilation systems, reducing class sizes, and implementing social distancing guidelines, purchasing personal protective equipment, and hiring support staff to care for students' health and for their well-being. Every family and community has been facing a very unique set of challenges. And we need to provide robust funding so schools and parents have what they need to keep children connected with learning opportunities that are both safe and effective. And while these are important steps, we also know that if we're going to come back stronger from this pandemic, we also need to support the very backbone of our economy, which is our small businesses. While we have passed several rounds of relief for small businesses, too many of our hard-hit small businesses are still reeling, from restaurants to boutiques to family-owned and minority-owned businesses. The American Rescue Plan has significant small business relief, including $25 billion in grants for restaurants and bars that have lost revenue because of the pandemic, $15 billion for economic injury disaster loan advance grants, $7 billion in funding for Paycheck Protection Program loans, and expanded eligibility for nonprofits. Additionally, this package reauthorizes and provides $10 billion in federal funding, including $1.5 billion specifically for minority-owned small businesses to the State Small Business Credit Initiative. I was proud to help establish this program in 2010 while serving in the House of Representatives. This program is a proven success, and in Michigan, it has helped small businesses create or retain over 12,000 jobs, and it strengthens state programs that support financing of small businesses, allowing them to both grow and to create more jobs. I am pleased to again champion this program, and with additional investment, it will again provide crucial support to small businesses in Michigan and all across our country. And finally, to completely get this pandemic under control, we must ramp up the distribution of vaccines. That's one of my top priorities as chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs. And thanks to the extraordinary work of our scientists, our researchers, and our vaccine makers, especially those in my home state of Michigan, we now have 3 safe and effective vaccines. But I know that many people have been frustrated and darn right angered by the difficulties they've had in trying to secure vaccines for their loved ones or for themselves. But I'm encouraged that President Biden and his administration have been working tirelessly to expand vaccine production and speed up vaccine distribution. But to get those additional vaccines into people's arms, it will take additional resources. Through my work on the Senate Homeland Security Committee, I have been leading the charge to ensure that the Federal Emergency Management Agency has the essential staff, supplies, transportation, and other resources necessary to ensure that every vaccine dose is actually reaching an arm in this country. I have spoken with President Biden both in the Oval Office and at the Pfizer vaccine facility in Portage, Michigan, about the critical need to expedite the deployment of vaccines and do everything in our power to ensure vaccines are free and widely available in every community as quickly and as efficiently as possible. The American Relief Plan includes $50 billion to help FEMA support a national vaccine program to efficiently administer vaccines, including underserved communities. It also provides frontline medical professionals the personal protective equipment, testing supplies, and workforce needed to slow and to eliminate the spread of COVID-19. All of these resources are mission critical, as FEMA plays a leading role in assisting the federal government's response to COVID-19 by coordinating medical supply acquisition and distribution and assisting state and local governments with funds for response activities, such as vaccine distribution and overtime pay for public health officials. As we consider the American Rescue Plan, there are signs of hope, particularly with ramped up vaccine production. We are beginning to emerge from a very dark winter, but our work is not done. We cannot be complacent. We cannot let up. This virus does not take a day off, and so neither can we. We must pass the American Rescue Plan. This package is not only what the American people need, but it is what they want. There's widespread support across the country for this package, from mayors to governors to economists across the political spectrum and the majority of the American people. We must deliver comprehensive and urgently needed relief, so we can do just that by passing the American Rescue Plan. This package will not mark the end of our efforts to crush this virus, but it will provide a massive shot in the arm to help families to safely open up our schools and to accelerate the development of more vaccines. So with that, Mr. President, I urge all of my colleagues to support the motion to proceed and final passage. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Vermont.
I ask for the quorum call to be vitiated.
Without objection.
All right. Mr. President, later today or tomorrow, as part of the American Rescue Plan, which we will be discussing in the next few days, which I happen to believe is the most significant piece of legislation to come to the floor of the Senate in decades in terms of addressing the crises facing working families. As part of that piece of legislation, I will be offering an amendment to raise the federal minimum wage from $7.25 an hour, which I believe is a starvation wage, to $15 an hour over a 5-year period, 5 years. And I think there's been some miscommunication around here, and there are people who are saying it's going from $7.25 to $15 an hour in 1 year. Not true. It goes from $7.25 to $9.50 to $11 to $12.50 to $14 to $15 an hour. So anyone who says we're raising the minimum wage in 1 year in the midst of a pandemic to $15 an hour is simply not telling the truth. Mr. President, this amendment is similar to a bill which I have brought forth, the Raise the Wage Act, which I am proud to say has been co-sponsored by some 38 members of the Senate, and this is also similar to legislation which has already passed the U.S. House of Representatives, and I thank them and I thank my friends in the Progressive Caucus in the House for doing a great job in pushing this legislation. I should also add for my Senate colleagues that this legislation raising the minimum wage is supported by some 300 national organizations, including the 12 million members of the AFL-CIO and virtually every major union in this country. This is something that unions like the SEIU, one of the largest unions in this country, have been fighting for a very long time. And I should also add here that while raising the minimum wage is going to impact every low-wage worker in this country, because African American and Latino workers often are earning poverty wages, it significantly impacts the lives of the minority communities as well. And that is why, among so many other organizations supporting this amendment, it is supported by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. It is supported by the National Organization for Women, because again, when we talk about low-wage workers, we're talking about the minority community. We're talking about women. And that is why it's supported by groups like UNIDOS, the American Association of University Women, Indivisible, Justice for Migrant Women, the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and the National Women's Law Center. So once again, this is legislation that will increase wages for 30 million American workers. And if you ask me what the great economic crisis in our country is today, it's not just high unemployment, it's not just income and wealth inequality. It is that half of our people today and before the pandemic were living paycheck to paycheck. Their wages were so low that if they had a problem with their car or their kid got sick, suddenly they were in financial crisis. And in the richest country in the history of the world, half of our people should not be facing economic desperation when their car breaks down. And the reason for that is significantly that many millions of workers are earning starvation wages, and I underline that, starvation wages in this country. I'd love to hear anybody get up here and tell me that they could live on $7.25 an hour. They could live on $8 an hour. They could live on $9 an hour. You can't. And I've been all over this country, and I have talked to workers. who are making 10, 11 bucks an hour with tears streaming down their cheeks, telling me what it's like to work for starvation wages and try to raise your kids. So the time is long overdue. Last time this Congress passed an increase in the minimum wage was in the year 2007. 2007. It is time to raise the minimum wage. It is time to raise the minimum wage to a living wage of 15 bucks an hour. Now, later on today, or this evening, as part of my support for this enormously important piece of legislation as chairman of the Budget Committee, I will be speaking more about why we need to raise the minimum wage. But I want to focus on one part of the minimum wage bill that I have been hearing a little bit about in the last couple of days from some of my colleagues, and that is the provision to raise the tip wage, now the tip wage, so everybody understands it, is the minimum, federal minimum wage that applies to waiters and waitresses, barbers, hairstylists, parking attendants, and others. Fellow Americans, do you know what that federal minimum wage today is for that person who waits on your table at a restaurant? It is $2.12 an hour. Yeah, you heard me correctly. $2.12 an hour. And the proposal is as part of the minimum wage bill, that amendment that I will be offering, that tip minimum wage will go up from $2.12 an hour to $14.95 an hour over a 7-year period, longer than the overall national minimum wage would go up. And this is something that clearly is desperately needed. Now, I know that here in Washington, at any time we bring forth serious and important legislation for working people, the big money interests get to work. And all of their lobbyists who make their 6 figures or 7 figures a year, they get to work on Congress and tell you why you can't do anything to protect the most vulnerable and hard-hit people in this country. So the National Restaurant Association, they are a very powerful lobbying organization. I guess they have been enormously successful because we've not raised the federal minimum wage since 2007. So this powerful lobbying organization is going around and they're telling members of the House and the Senate that raising the tipped wage is opposed by restaurant workers and it would be harmful to the interest of waiters and waitresses and other people. That is not true. That is what lobbyists say representing big money interests. That's what they are paid to say. But that is not what workers who wait on tables are telling us. One Fair Wage, an organization, a grassroots organization representing service employees, waiters, waitresses, and others, has just delivered to the White House a petition with 140,000 signatures on it from service workers who are demanding that they receive the same minimum wage as every other worker in this country. And polling among service employees and non-service employees also supports the reality that Americans want our waiters and our waitresses and other service employees to get a fair and equal minimum wage similar to what other low-wage workers are receiving. Now, I have heard from some who tell me that, people who are waiting on tables, and by the way, I was one of the worst waiters in the history of the country, but I was a waiter a long time ago. I know a little bit about it. And I am hearing from some that waiters and waitresses, they're doing really well, making a whole lot of money, and they don't need an increase in the minimum wage. And let's be clear, when you talk about the restaurant and the hotel industry, you're talking about mass discrepancies in the kind of incomes that people receive. I will not deny for a second, my daughter worked in a fancy restaurant, she did quite well. So if you're working in a hotel, in a fancy restaurant where you have a menu that is quite expensive, you know, you get a $100 meal, and you get 20% of it, that's $20, you're waiting on 3 or 4 tables, you're doing okay. I don't deny that for a second. And I wish those waiters and waitresses who work so hard a continued success. But let us be clear, not everybody works in a fancy restaurant or a big hotel which has a high-priced menu. You got a whole lot of people working in diners, working in working-class restaurants where the menu is not that fancy. And maybe it is $10 for lunch or $8 for lunch, and 20% of that is $1.60 on an $8 meal. And let us be very clear that when we talk about waiters and waitresses, some 70% of tip workers in this country are women who suffer from 3 times the poverty rate of the rest of the U.S. workforce. In other words, women who are waitressing have a 3 times higher poverty rate than the rest of the U.S. workforces. Their tips are not keeping up with their needs. These women waitresses use food stamps at double the rate of other workers in this country. And importantly, and increasingly so, amazingly, during this pandemic, waitresses suffer from the highest rates of sexual harassment of workers in any industry because they are forced to tolerate inappropriate customer behavior to feed their families through the tips that they get. And we're hearing stories where people in a restaurant, guys in a restaurant, say, well, take your mask off. You want a tip? Let me see how you look. And clearly this is unacceptable behavior. I also want to point out that the idea of moving tip wages to the same level over a period, in this case 7 years, moving it to the same level as the overall minimum wage is not a radical idea. Ain't a Bernie Sanders idea. It already exists. I don't know if people know this. It already exists in 7 states. So in 7 states right now, people who work in the service industry, waiters, waitresses, and others, are getting the same minimum wage as all the workers in those states. And those states are California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Montana, Alaska, and Minnesota. 7 states already pay their service industry workers the same wages as they pay other minimum wage workers. And I should point out that all of these states experienced a growth in the number of small businesses and restaurants after they abolished the tip minimum wage. So they abolished the tip minimum wage. It did not drive restaurants out of business. In fact, in those states where the tip minimum wage equaled the general minimum wage, we saw a growth in the number of restaurants. And furthermore, to respond to another piece of misinformation, waiters and waitresses in these states received more in tips, not less. So the mythology that's going around here is that if we raise the minimum wage for waiters and waitresses, when somebody walks into a restaurant, they're going to be thinking, oh my goodness, this person is now making 10, 12 bucks an hour, I'm going to leave less of a tip. Ain't the way the world works. Let me also say a word about how the pandemic, which has impacted workers in every sector, but how it has impacted tipped workers. In many states where the tip minimum wage still exists, tip workers, and this is rather unbelievable, tip workers did not even qualify for unemployment. So we're talking now in this bill of substantially increasing unemployment, a $400 supplement, and we're talking about extending it to late August. But tip workers whose minimum wage is so low, they do not even qualify for unemployment. In an industry where more than 6 million workers have lost their jobs, and obviously we all know the restaurant and hotel industry has been terribly hard hit by the pandemic, more than 60% of sub-minimum wage earners could not get unemployment benefits because the state and federal government denied them benefits for not making enough earned income. You all got that? So we're talking about the need, and I certainly agree with that, to expand and extend unemployment benefits, but you got a whole lot of workers who are earning starvation wages who are not going to be eligible for unemployment. At the same time, as restaurants reopen, the CDC has declared restaurants as the most dangerous place to work. We all know that, it's obvious. You're coming face to in this country that the restaurant industry has some of the highest rates of sexual harassment. In a workplace where 70% of the workers are women and where they rely on their customers to determine their wages because of tips, women are often expected to withstand sexual harassment in order to get those tips. In states where the sub-minimum wage has been eliminated, sexual harassment has been cut substantially because women no longer have to take that. It's not an all or nothing proposition. So I'm going to be, if you ask me again, what the major economic crisis facing this country, we know unemployment is sky high. We know income inequality is unacceptable. And so many other factors are out there about the economy. But at the top of my list is the fact that tens of millions of workers in the richest country on earth are barely making it. They're having a hard time feeding their kids. They're having a hard time paying their rent. Many of them get inadequate or no health insurance at all. Now, year after year, the American people, I think, correctly perceive that this Congress bows to the wishes of the rich and the powerful, give tax breaks to people who don't need it, we deregulate companies that should be regulated, et cetera, et cetera. In this moment of economic and health crisis, now is the time for us to stand with working families. And the most important thing that we can do is to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. This is what Joe Biden believes. This is what the Democratic platform stands for. And this is what at least 38 co-sponsors of Raise the Wage Act also believe. So here we are at a pivotal moment. The working class is being decimated. Be back later for more on this. Mr. President. Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
I would ask unanimous consent to add a letter about tip wages signed by hundreds of organizations to my remarks.
Without objection?
Thank you.
So ordered.
President.
Senator from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. I'll try to be relatively brief here. I understand the bill is being printed now, and we'll have a vote here fairly shortly. I just want to set the stage from my view, my point of view. I think I speak for most people in our conference, what we're trying to do here. Up until now, we've been able as a body to work together on COVID relief, and the question is, why can't we do it again? I think I know the answer, but I want to remind people what we've done in a bipartisan fashion. On March 5th, 2020, when we had President Trump, a Republican Senate, and a Democratic House, we approved $8 billion, 96-1. We're just beginning to understand the virus. March 18th, a few weeks later, $355 billion, 90-8. March 25th, $1.9 trillion, 96-0. So from March 5th to March 25th, we passed 3 bills, well over $2 trillion, 96-1, 90-8, and 96-0. So I would argue to the American people that it's not like the Republican Party and the Democratic Party can't work together when it comes to COVID relief. But now that the Democrats have the House, the Senate, and the White House, there seems to be no desire to go down that road, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So April 21st, 2020, we did $355 billion more. That was by voice vote. Spending $355 billion by voice vote is pretty astonishing. $1.9 trillion, 96-0 is pretty astonishing. September the 30th, 2020, $8 billion more, 84-10. December the 21st, just a few months ago, we spent another trillion, 92-6. Why do I bring this up? I bring it up to show that there's plenty of bipartisanship around COVID relief, and that bipartisanship has stopped. And President Biden made a big deal about wanting to bring the country together and find common ground. Well, the one area that we'd actually had common ground, we've abandoned common ground to deal with a $1.9 trillion package just months after we authorized $1.04 trillion. And here's the problem I think Republicans have. The $1.9 trillion being proposed now, about 90% of it's got very little to do with COVID. It is a liberal wish list. And the reason I know it's a liberal wish list is because Senator Schumer said 15 times yesterday, about 15 times, that it wasn't a liberal wish list. So if Senator Schumer's saying it's not a liberal wish list, it's a liberal wish list. And I'll be able to prove that in more detail. So that's the history of bipartisanship. That bipartisanship has been destroyed. We had 10 Republicans, I think, go to the White House to offer around $700 billion that would extend checks, that would do vaccinations, would do a lot of things that we think we need to still do, but that went nowhere. So another point for the American people. We're going to a partisan approach to COVID for the first time. I went over the amount of money we've appropriated for the COVID problems the country's experienced. And here's what I want you to understand. We're going to spend $1.9 trillion in a partisan fashion. I think a lot of it's very much unrelated to COVID, simply because they have the power to do it. They now have power of the federal government, complete power. Control of the Senate, control of the House, control of the White House. They've abandoned bipartisanship. We had the presidency and the Senate. They had the House. We're able to work together. Now they've got it all. They're running us over, literally, legislatively here. I think we've made reasonable officers. Nobody's willing to compromise. They see this as a moment to do a lot of things they've been wanting to do for years that has nothing to do with COVID. But another problem they have, in my view, is that you're appropriating $1.9 trillion, most of it not related to COVID. We haven't spent the money that we've allocated in the past. So administrative actions are still $200 billion that we haven't spent. Legislative actions, $3.1 trillion. We've appropriated $4.1 trillion. There's still $1 trillion that hadn't been spent yet. The Federal Reserve actions, They allowed $5.9 trillion to be allocated to help businesses for failing. They spent $2.8 trillion. The vaccine is getting out by the day. We're hopeful that we can, change the course of the virus, get people back to work. In this bill, they do a lot of things unrelated to COVID because they can. And why are we opposed to this? Because it's a lot of money that's being spent on things unrelated to COVID. We haven't spent the money we appropriated in past efforts yet, but we're going to spend $1.9 trillion more, and I think it is very unfortunate, and I hope the American people understand that this is spending money for the sake of spending money, not to combat COVID. So let me give you some examples of what's in this bill. The minimum wage dropped out. Now's the worst possible time, I think, to go to a $15 hour minimum wage. Just think about your own communities. How many restaurants and hotels have had to reduce or close down because of COVID restrictions? And we're finally beginning to come out of it a bit. To add a $15 an hour mandate, doubling the minimum wage, would be increasing the cost of doing business after the government at the state and local level has shut the business down. So the business has been reduced in terms of revenue because of COVID restrictions, and now the federal government is going to mandate a doubling of the minimum wage that the business has to absorb and pass on to the consumer. So that is out. We can raise the minimum wage in a responsible fashion once we get COVID under control. There was $100 million for a Silicon Valley underground rail project that didn't pass the smell test. The only reason that's out is we made a big deal about it. But they saw the COVID package as a chance to put $100 million into a Silicon Valley underground rail project, which shows you their mindset toward this bill. This bill is not about fighting COVID. It's about a chance in a partisan fashion to do things they couldn't do otherwise. There was a $1.5 million from the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund regarding the Seaway International Bridge in New York. And the Silicon Valley Underground Rail project may make sense. Senator Schumer's bridge project may make sense. We're going to do an infrastructure bill. Seems to me that we would take these infrastructure projects and put them in an infrastructure bill and try to have a COVID bill related to fighting COVID. But clearly, they're taking an opportunity, my friends on the other side, of loading this bill up with a liberal wish list, parochial interest, because they can. And I hope the American people will understand what's going on and bring back a balance to power in Washington in 2022. Because if you let them have it all, this is a sign of things to come. But we'll talk about that later. There's $20 million in the bill for the preservation and maintenance of Native American languages. That might be something that makes sense, but we're dealing with a COVID package. And $20 million for the preservation and maintenance of Native American languages. $135 million for the National Endowment for the Arts. I'm an appropriator. This is an appropriation bill. It's not a COVID bill. The committees I'm on, we actually vet this stuff to see if it makes sense to put it in the normal appropriation cycle. They take a COVID problem, and it's a real problem still to this day, and they load it up with things unrelated to COVID because they can. We can't stop them now. Maybe one day we can stop them and go back to the old way of doing business, where we sit down and work together as Democrats and Republicans to spend over $4 trillion to combat COVID. My hope is that we will have some balance in the future we don't have today. $135 million for the National Endowment for the Humanities. What has that got to do with COVID? There are people really suffering out there, and $135 million for the Endowment for the Arts, $135 million the Endowment for the Humanities. That's still a lot of money where I come from. $200 million for the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences. I am sure there's needs out there for museums and library sciences, but it should go through the appropriations process where we'll have a chance to make a case for it or against it, rather than being crammed into a bill that's being printed while I speak. We're talking about a $1.9 trillion COVID package with 90% unrelated to COVID being printed while I speak. Now, if that's good government, count me out. Funding for Planned Parenthood. What's that got to do for COVID? PPP loans for labor unions. Paid leave for federal employees. $86 billion bailout for union pensions. Maybe something we want to look at. But in a COVID bill? This is why people are so turned off to Washington, because we take a crisis, a problem facing your family and your community, and they've turned it into a spin fest, a liberal wish list indeed come true. New taxpayer-funded executive branch employee emergency leave program. The money for schools. We haven't spent the money we've allocated for schools yet. We're trying to open schools. The money that's been allocated for schools is still, most of it, a lot of it's been unspent. So in this bill, we have $68 billion for K through 12. The money should be given to people opening schools, and only $5 billion of that will be spent this year. Most of the money for K through 12 assistance is in 2022 and the years that follow. That's not an emergency COVID package. That's just putting money into the education system in a fashion they like, and we don't have any input over. It really has nothing to do with fighting the COVID crisis and getting our schools reopened. Of the $129 billion for K through 12 in this package, $6.4 billion is to be distributed this year. The $68 billion was in the last round, only $5 billion this year. So most of the money for schools is spent in the out years. And again, that's just an opportunity taken by them. Of the $129 billion, $122 billion for K through 12 schools will not be spent until years 2022 to 2028. God, I hope we don't have to deal with COVID in 2028. We've approved 6 COVID bills. We've spent over $4 trillion, appropriated over $4 trillion. $1 trillion is yet unspent, and we're doing $1.9 trillion, where 90% of it has nothing to do with COVID. Why are we doing this? Because they can. They've abandoned the bipartisan model that worked. They've chosen a partisan model. No matter what they tell you, my friends on the other side, this is a liberal wish list. This is very much seizing the moment, taking a crisis, a problem in America, and using it to advance causes completely unrelated to COVID, spending money that hasn't been vetted, spending money that has nothing to do with COVID because they can. And the only thing I can tell you about spending money, count me in for helping people get back on their feet. I've always been for a direct payment. Count me out for a $1.9 trillion spend fest unrelated to COVID in a partisan fashion. This is everything President Biden said he wouldn't do. The inaugural speech rings hollow when it comes to this provision, the $1.9 trillion COVID package. Everything President Biden said he wanted to do for the country, he abandoned. And it's not like there's plenty of Republicans that would sit down and work with our Democratic friends to do another round of COVID relief, but it's got to be related to COVID, and we want to spend the money we've appropriated in the past first. Maybe that's an odd concept in Washington, but I'll make a bet. Most Americans find it odd that we would appropriate money for a problem and we haven't spent the money we've already appropriated in the past. would get that out the door to see what needs to be done in the future. I think most Americans believe now is not the time to load a bill up with a bunch of stuff unrelated to COVID, because we need every dollar to hit the mark. But we'll have a chance to talk about that in the coming months, and there'll be another election coming before you know it. And the only thing I can leave with the American people here is that they have it all in terms of power. This is what they've chosen to do. They've chosen a partisan path, rejecting the bipartisan path. They've chosen to put most of the money in the bill for things unrelated to COVID simply because they can. And the last election was about what would happen to our country if Democrats got in charge of everything. Many of us on our side said it'd be one of the most liberal agendas in the history of American politics, would come forth pretty quickly. I had no idea it would come forward this quickly. I had no idea that they would abandon a bipartisan approach to COVID, because it seems to be the one area that we've had success regarding working together. So during the campaign, I said there'd be two areas I thought we could do bipartisan legislation. One was COVID, the other is infrastructure. Boy, was I wrong about COVID. So I'm hoping that the American people pay some attention to this debate. We're going to have some really good amendments on our side talking about how we would spend the money differently and why we would choose not to spend some money in this bill, because it simply has nothing to do with COVID. The American people have suffered during the COVID pandemic. There are better days ahead. I want to do as much as we can for vaccinations and helping people get back into school, and I'm willing to help people struggling out there. But you shouldn't be giving a $1,400 check to people that made $200,000 as a couple. They've changed that. They've taken the Silicon Valley Railway out. They've taken the bridge out because they had to, not because they wanted to. So we're going to have a lot of amendments that will show what we would do with your money versus what they would do with your money. We're going to have a lot of amendments that would show what we would do with COVID and how to fight COVID versus what they would do with COVID. And that's what democracy is all about, working together when you can and showing differences when you must. So there are going to be a lot of differences in this debate, and I think this will not be the last time you hear about this bill. I think this bill is going to resonate for months and years to come in all the wrong ways. With that, I'll yield the floor, Mr. President. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, in a moment, I will move to proceed to the Senate substitute amendment to the American Rescue Plan. This legislation will keep America's families, businesses, workers afloat, and hasten the day when our country can return to normal and our economy can come roaring back. The United States is facing a once-in-a-century crisis that has sapped millions of jobs from our economy, left millions of Americans struggling to make ends meet, and stolen more than 500,000 American lives. The time is now to move forward with big, bold, strong relief for the American people, to send checks as promised to American workers and families, to help reopen schools as quickly and safely as possible, to help the hardest hit small businesses hang on, to help families stay in their homes, care for their children, and put food on the table, to keep firefighters, teachers, and bus drivers on the job, and crush the virus with testing and vaccines once and for all. We are not going to repeat the mistakes of the past. We are not going to be timid in the face of a great challenge. We are not going to delay when urgent action is called for. We are not going to quit before the race is won. We are going to sprint through the finish line. It's time to move forward with this legislation, which will be one of the largest single anti-poverty bills in recent history. It is a time to lift this country out of crisis and set it on a path to a strong and swift recovery. It is time to tell the American people that help is on the way. So, Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 10, H.R. 1319.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 10, H.R. 1319, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of S. Conres 5.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Thank you. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cortez Masto, Durbin, Leahy, Schatz, and Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Graham, Hyde-Smith, Rounds, and Wicker. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Grassley, No. Mr. Cotton? No. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Ms. Lummis? No. No. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. No. Okay. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Kramer, No. Gary. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. I had him. I got him. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Cardin? Aye. Mr. Langford? No. Mr. Rubio? No. Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Daines? No. Mr. Sess? No. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Ernst? No. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? No. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Inhofe, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. McConnell, no. I got. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Blunt, no. Oh, good. You got him to sign it. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Carper, aye.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to.
Madam President,
Mr. Majority Leader.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its immediate consideration. Oh, excuse me.
The clerk will report the bill, please.
Calendar number 10, H.R. 1319, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of S-Conres 5.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the amendment, please.
The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, for himself and others, proposes an amendment numbered 891. Strike all after the first word and insert the following. 1, short title. This act may be cited.
Mr. President, Madam President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask consent to dispense with the reading.
Is there an objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Wisconsin.
reserving the right to object.
Is he allowed?
One thing that one.
Is there an objection?
I object.
The objection is heard. The clerk will continue the reading.
As the American Rescue Act of 2021, Section 2, Table of Contents. The table of contents for this act is as follows. Section 1, short title. Section 2, Table of Contents. Title 1, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Agriculture. Section 1001, Food Supply Chain and Agriculture Pandemic Response. Section 1002, Emergency Rural Development.
The Senate will be in order. The clerk will continue reading.
Grants for rural health care. Section 1003, Pandemic Program Administration Funds. Section 1004, funding for the USDA Office of Inspector General for oversight of COVID-19 related programs. Section 1005, farm loan assistance for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. Section 1006, USDA assistance and support for socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, forest land owners and operators and groups. Section 1007, use of Commodity Credit Corporation for commodities and associated expenses. Subtitle B, Nutrition. Section 1101, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Section 1102, additional assistance for SNAP online purchasing and technology improvements. Section 1103, additional funding for nutrition assistance programs. Section 1104, commodity supplemental food program. Section 1105, improvements to WIC benefits. Section 1106, WIC program modernization. Section 1107, meals and supplements reimbursement for individuals who have not attained the age of 25. Section 1108, pandemic EBT program. Title II, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Subtitle A, Education Matters. Part 1, Department of Education. Section 2001, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. Section 2002, Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools. Section 2003, Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. Section 2004, Maintenance of Effort and Maintenance of Equity. Section 2005, Outlying Areas. Section 2006, Gallaudet University. Section 2007, Student Aid Administration. Section 2008, Howard University. Section 2009, National Technical Institute for the Deaf. Section 2010, Institute of Education Sciences. Section 2011, Program Administration. Section 2012, Office of Inspector General. Section 2013, Modification of Revenue Requirements for Proprietary Institutions of Higher Education. Part 2, Miscellaneous. Section 2021, National Endowment of the Arts. Section 2022, National Endowment for the Humanities. Section 2023, Institute of Museum and Library Services. Subtitle B, Labor Matters. Section 2101, Funding for Department of Labor, Worker Protection Activities. Subtitle C, Human Services and Community Supports. Section 2201, Child Care and Development Block Grant Programs. Section 2202, Child Care Stabilization. Section 2203, Head Start. Section 2204, Programs for Survivors. Section 2205, Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment. Section 2206, Corporation for National and Community Service and National Service Trust. Subtitle D, Public Health. Section 2301, funding for COVID-19 vaccine activities at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Section 2302, funding for vaccine confidence activities. Section 2303, funding for supply chain for COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and medical supplies. Section 2304, funding for COVID-19 vaccine, therapeutic, and device activities at the Food and Drug Administration. Section 2305, reduced cost sharing. Subtitle E, testing. Section 2401, funding for COVID-19 testing, contact tracing, and mitigation activities. Section 2402, funding for CARS, CoV-2 genomic sequencing and surveillance. Section 2403, funding for global health. Section 2404, funding for data modernization and forecasting center. Subtitle F, Public Health Workforce. Section 2501, funding for public health workforce. Section 2502, funding for Medical Reserve Corps. Subtitle G, Public Health Investments. Section 2601, funding for community health centers and community care. Section 2602, funding for the National Health Service Corps. Section 2603, funding for Nurse Corps. Section 2604, funding for teaching health centers that operate graduate medical education. Section 2605, funding for family planning. Subtitle H, mental health and substance use disorder. Section 2701, funding for block grants for community and mental health services. Section 2702, funding for block grants for prevention and treatment of substance abuse. Section 2703, funding for mental health and substance use disorder training for healthcare professionals, paraprofessionals, and public safety officers. Section 2704, funding for education and awareness campaign encouraging healthy work conditions and use of mental health and substance use disorder services by healthcare professionals.
The Senate will be in order. The clerk will continue to read.
Section 2705, funding for grants for healthcare providers to promote mental health among their health professional workforce. Section 2706, funding for community-based funding for local substance use disorder services. Section 2707, funding for community-based funding for local behavioral health needs. Section 2708, funding for the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. Section 2709, funding for Project Aware. Section 2710, funding for youth suicide prevention. Section 2711, funding for behavioral health workforce education and training. Section 2712, funding for pediatric mental health care access. Section 2713, funding for expansion grants for certified community behavioral health clinics. Subtitle 1, Exchange Grant Program, Section 2801, establishing a grant program for exchange modernization. Subtitle J, Continued Assistance for Rail Workers. Section 2901, Additional Enhanced Benefits under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. Section 2902, Extended Unemployment Benefits under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. Section 2903, Extension of waiver of the 7-day waiting period for benefits under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. Section 2904, Railroad Retirement Board and Office of the Inspector General funding. Subtitle K, Ratepayer Protection. Section 2911, Funding for LIHEAP. Section 2912, Funding for Water Assistance Program. Subtitle L, Assistance for Older Americans, Grandfamilies, and Kinship Families. Section 2921, Supporting Older Americans and Their Families. Section 2922, National Technical Assistance Center on Grandfamilies and Kinship Families. Title III, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Subtitle A, Defense Production Act of 1950. Section 3101, COVID-19 Emergency Medical Supplies Enhancement. Subtitle B, Housing Provisions. Section 3201, Emergency Rental Assistance. Section 3202, Emergency Housing Vouchers. Section 3203, Emergency Assistance for Rural Housing. Section 3204, Housing Counseling. Section 3205, Homelessness Assistance and Supportive Services Program. Section 3206, Homeowner Assistance Fund. Section 3207, Relief Measures for Section 502 and 504, Direct Loan Borrowers. Section 3208, Fair Housing Activities. Subtitle C, Small Business. Section 3301, State Small Business Credit Initiative. Subtitle D, Public Transportation. Section 3401, Federal Transit Administration Grants. Title IV, Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Section 4001, Emergency Federal Employee Leave Fund. Section 4002, Funding for the Government Accountability Office. Section 4003, Pandemic Response Accountability Committee Funding Availability. Section 4004, Funding for the White House. Section 4005, Federal Emergency Management Agency Appropriation. Section 4006, Funeral Assistance. Section 4007, Emergency Food and Shelter Program Funding. Section 4008, Humanitarian Relief. Section 4009, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Section 4010, Appropriation for the United States Digital Service. Section 4011, Appropriation for the Technology Modernization Fund. Section 4012, Appropriation for the Federal Citizen Service Fund. Section 4013, AFG and SAFER Program Funding. Section 4014, Emergency Management Performance Grant Funding. Title V, Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship. Section 5001, Modifications to Paycheck Protection Program. Section 5002, Targeted IDL Advance. Section 5003, Support for Restaurants. Section 5004, Community Navigator Pilot Program. Section 5005, Shuttered Venue Operators. Section 5006, Direct Appropriations. Title VI, Committee on Environment and Public Works. Section 6001, Economic Adjustment Assistance. Section 6002, Funding for Pollution, Disparate Impacts of COVID-19 Pandemic. Section 6003, United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Title VII, Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Subtitle A, Transportation and Infrastructure. Section 7101, Grants to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation. Section 7102, Relief for Airports. Section 7103, Emergency FAA Employee Leave Fund. Section 7104, Emergency TSA Employee Leave Fund. Subtitle B, Aviation Manufacturing Jobs Protection. Section 7201, Definitions. Section 7202, Payroll Support Program. Subtitle C, Airlines. Section 7301, Air Transportation Payroll Support Program Extension. Subtitle D, Consumer Protection and Commerce Oversight. Section 7401, Funding for Consumer Product Safety Fund to protect consumers from potentially dangerous products related to COVID-19. Section 7402, Funding for E-rate support for emergency educational connections and devices. Section 7403, Funding for Department of Commerce Inspector General. Section 7404, Federal Trade Commission funding for COVID-19 related work. Subtitle E, Science and Technology. Section 7501, National Institute of Standards and Technology. Section 7502, National Science Foundation. Subtitle F, Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Section 7601, Support for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Title 8, Committee on Veterans Affairs. Section 8001, Funding for Claims and Appeals Processing. Section 8002, Funding Availability for Medical Care and Health Needs. Section 8003, Funding for Supply Chains Modernization. Section 8004, Funding for State Homes. Section 8005, Funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of Inspector General. Section 8006, COVID-19 Veteran Rapid Retraining Assistance Program. Section 8007, Prohibition on co-payments and cost sharing for veterans during emergencies relating to COVID-19. Section 8008, Emergency Department of Veterans Affairs Employee Leave Fund. Title IX, Committee on Finance. Subtitle A, Crisis Support for Unemployed Workers. Part 1, Extension of CARES Act Unemployment Provisions. Section 9011, Extension of Pandemic Unemployment Assistance. Section 9012, Extension of Emergency Unemployment Relief for Governmental Entities and Nonprofit Organizations. Section 9013, Extension of Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation. Section 9014, Extension of full federal funding of the first week of compensatable regular unemployment for states with no waiting week. Section 9015, Extension of Emergency State Staffing Flexibility. Section 9016, Extension of Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation. Section 9017, extension of temporary financing of short-term compensation payments in states with programs in law. Section 9018, extension of temporary financing of short-term compensation agreements for states without programs in law. Part 2, extension of FFCRA unemployment provisions. Section 9021, extension of temporary assistance for states with advances. Section 9022, extension of full federal funding of extended unemployment compensation. Part 3, Department of Labor funding for timely, accurate, and equitable payment. Section 9031, funding for administration. Section 9032, funding for fraud prevention, equitable access, and timely payment to eligible workers. Subtitle B, Emergency Assistance to Families through Home Visiting Programs. Section 9101, Emergency Assistance to Families through Home Visiting Programs. Subtitle C, Emergency Assistance to Children and Families. Section 9201, Pandemic Emergency Assistance. Subtitle D, Elder Justice and Support Guarantee. Section 9301, Additional Funding for Aging and Disability Services Programs. Subtitle E, Support to Skilled Nursing Facilities in Response to COVID-19. Section 9401, providing for infection control support to skilled nursing facilities through contracts with quality improvement organizations. Section 9402, funding for strike teams for resident and employee safety in skilled nursing facilities. Subtitle F, preserving health benefits for workers. Section 9501, preserving health benefits for workers. Subtitle G, promoting economic security. Part 1, 2021, recovery rebates to individuals. Section 9601, 2021, recovery rebates to individuals. Part 2, child tax credit. Section 9611, child tax improvements for 2021. Section 9612, application of child tax credit in possessions. Part 3, earned income tax credit. Section 9621, strengthening the earned income tax credit for individuals with no qualifying children. Section 9622, taxpayer eligible for childless earned income credit in case of qualifying children who failed to meet certain identification requirements. Section 9623, credit allowed in case of certain separated spouses. Section 9624, modification of disqualified investment income tax. Section 9625, application of earned income tax credit in possessions of the United States. Section 9626, temporary special rule for determining earned income for purposes of earned income tax credit. Part 4, dependent care assistance. Section 9631, refundability and enhancement of child and dependent care tax credit. Section 9632, increase in exclusion for employer-provided dependent care assistance. Part 5, credits for paid sick and family leave. Section 9641, payroll credits. Section 9642, credit for sick leave for certain self-employed individuals. Section 9643, credit for family leave for certain self-employed individuals. Part 6, employee retention credit. Section 9651, extension of employee retention credit. Part 7, premium tax credit. Section 9661, improving affordability by expanding premium assistance for consumers. Section 9662, temporary modification of limitations on reconciliation of tax credits for coverage under a qualified health plan with advance payments of such credit. Section 9663, application of premium tax credit in case of individuals receiving unemployment compensation during 2021. Part 8, miscellaneous provisions. Section 9671, repeal of election to allocate interest, etc., on worldwide basis. Section 9672, tax treatment of targeted idle advances. Section 9673, tax treatment of restaurant revitalization grants. Section 9674, modification of exceptions for reporting of third-party network transactions. Section 9675, modification of treatment of student loan forgiveness. Subtitle H, pensions. Section 9701, temporary delay of designation of multi-employer plans as an endangered, critical, or critical and declining status. Section 9702, temporary extension of the funding, improvement, and rehabilitation periods for multi-employer pension plans in critical and endangered status for 2020 or 2021. Section 9703, adjustments to funding standard account rules. Section 9704, special financial assistance program for financially troubled multi-employer plans. Section 9705, extension amortization for single employer plans. Section 9706, extension of pension funding stabilization percentages for single employer plans. Section 9707, modification of special rules for minimum funding standards for community newspaper plans. Section 9708, expansion of limitation on excessive employee remuneration. Subtitle 1, child care for workers. Section 9801, child care assistance. Subtitle J, Medicaid. Section 9811, mandatory coverage of COVID-19 vaccines and administration and treatment under Medicaid. Section 9812, modifications of certain coverage under Medicaid for pregnant and postpartum women. Section 9813, state option to provide qualifying community-based mobile crisis intervention services. Section 9814, temporary increase in FMAP for medical assistance under state Medicaid plans, which begin to expend amounts for certain mandatory individuals. Section 9815, extension of 100% federal medical assistant percentage to urban Indian health organizations and Native Hawaiian healthcare systems. Section 9816, sunset of limit on maximum rebate amounts for single-source drugs and innovator multiple-source drugs. Section 9817, additional support for Medicaid home and community-based services during the COVID-19 emergency. Section 9818, funding for state strike teams for resident and employee safety in nursing facilities. Section 9819, special rule for the period of declared public health emergency related to coronavirus. Subtitle K, Children's Health Insurance Program. Section 9821, mandatory coverage of COVID-19 vaccines and administration and treatment under CHIP. Section 9822, modification to certain coverage under CHIP for pregnant and postpartum women. Subtitle L, Medicare. Section 9831, floor on the Medicare Area Wage Index for hospitals in all urban states. Section 9832, secretarial authority to temporarily waive or modify application of certain Medicare requirements with respect to ambulance services furnished during certain emergency periods. Section 9833, funding for Office of Inspector General. Subtitle M, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. Section 9901, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. Subtitle N, Other Provisions. Section 9911, funding for providers relating to COVID-19. Section 9912, extension of customs user fees. Title 10, Committee on Foreign Relations. Section 10001, Department of State Operations. Section 10002, United States Agency for International Development Operations. Section 10003, Global Response. Section 10004, Humanitarian Response. Section 10005, Multilateral Assistance. Title 11, Committee on Indian Affairs. Section 11001, Indian Health Services. Section 11002, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Section 11003, Housing Assistance and Supportive Services Program for Native Americans. Section 11004, COVID-19 Response Resources for the Preservation and Maintenance of Native American Languages. Section 11005, Bureau of Indian Education. Section 11006, American Indian, Native Hawaiian, and Alaska Native Education. Title 1, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Agriculture. Section 1001, Food Supply Chain and Agriculture Pandemic Response. A, Appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Agriculture for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $4 billion to remain available until expended to carry out this section. B, use of funds. The Secretary of Agriculture shall use the amounts made available pursuant to subsection A 1, to purchase food and agricultural commodities. 2, to purchase and distribute agricultural commodities, including fresh produce, dairy, seafood, eggs, and meat, to individuals in need, including through delivery to nonprofit organizations, and through restaurants and other food-related entities, as determined by the Secretary, that may receive, store, process, and distribute food items. 3, to make grants and loans for small or mid-sized food processors or distributors, seafood processing facilities and processing vessels, farmers markets, producers, or other organizations to respond to COVID-19, including for measures to protect workers against COVID-19, and 4, to make loans and grants and provide other assistance to maintain and improve food and agricultural supply chain resiliency. C, animal health. 1, COVID-19 animal surveillance. The Secretary of Agriculture shall conduct monitoring and surveillance of susceptible animals for incidents of SARS-CoV-2. 2, funding. Out of the amounts made available under subsection A, the Secretary shall use $300 million to carry out this subsection. D, overtime fees. 1, small establishment, very small establishment definitions. The terms small establishment and very small establishment have the meaning given those terms in the final rule entitled Pathogen Reduction, Hazard Analysis, and Critical Control Point Systems, published in Federal Register on July 25, 1996, 61 FED Reg 38806. 2, overtime inspection cost reduction. Notwithstanding Section 10703 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 2219A, the Act of June 5, 1948, 21 U.S.C. 695, Section 25 of the Poultry Products Inspection Act, 21 U.S.C. 468, and Section 24 of the Egg Products Inspection Act, 21 U.S.C. 1053, and any regulations promulgated by the Department of Agriculture implementing such provisions of law and subject to the availability of funds under paragraph 3, the Secretary of Agriculture shall reduce the amount of overtime inspection costs borne by federally inspected small establishments and very small establishments engaged in meat, poultry, or egg products, processing, and subject to the requirements of the Federal Meat Inspection Act, 21 U.S.C. 601, the Poultry Products Inspection Act, 21 U.S.C. 451, or the Egg Products Inspection Act, 21 U.S.C. 1031, for inspection activities carried out during the period of fiscal years 2021 through 2030. 3, funding. Out of the amounts made available under subsection A, the Secretary shall use $100 million to carry out this subsection. Section 1002, Emergency Rural Development Grants for Rural Health Care. A, grants. The Secretary of Agriculture, in this section referred to as the Secretary, shall use the funds made available by this section to establish an emergency pilot program for rural development not later than 150 days after the date of the enactment of this act, to provide grants to eligible applicants as defined in Section 3570.61A of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations, to be awarded by the Secretary based on rural development needs related to COVID-19 pandemic. B, uses. An eligible applicant to whom a grant is awarded under this section may use the grant's funds for costs, including those incurred prior to the insurance of the grant, as determined by the Secretary, or facilities which primarily serve rural areas, as defined in Section 343A13C of the Consolidated Farm and Rural Development Act, 7 U.S.C. 1991A13C, which are located in a rural area, the median household income of the population to be served by which is less than the greater of the poverty line, or the applicable percentage determined under Section 3570.63B of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations, of the state non-metropolitan median household income, and for which the performance of any construction work completed with grant funds shall meet the conditions set forth in Section 9003F of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 8103F, to 1, increase capacity for vaccine distribution, 2, provide medical supplies to increase the medical surge capacity, 3, reimburse for revenue lost during the COVID-19 pandemic, including revenue losses included prior to the awarding of the grant. 4, increase telehealth capabilities, including underlying healthcare information systems. 5, construct temporary or permanent structures to provide healthcare services, including vaccine administration or testing. 6, support staffing needs for vaccine administration or testing. And 7, engage in any other efforts to support rural development determined to be critical to address the COVID-19 pandemic, including nutritional assistance to vulnerable individuals as approved by the Secretary. C, funding. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023 to carry out this section, of which not more than 3% may be used by the Secretary for administrative purposes, and not more than 2% may be used by the Secretary for technical assistance as defined in Section 306A26 of the Consolidated Farm and Rural Development Act, 7 U.S.C. 1926A26, Section 1003, Pandemic Program Administration Funds. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $47,500,000 to remain available until expended for necessary administrative expenses associated with carrying out the subtitle. Section 1004, funding for the USDA Office of Inspector General for oversight in COVID-19 related programs. In addition to the amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated to the Office of Inspector General of the Department of Agriculture for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $2,500,000 to remain available until September 30th, 2022 for audits, investigations, and other oversight activities of projects, activities carried out with funds made available to the Department of Agriculture related to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Section 1005, Farm Loan Assistance for Socially Disadvantaged Farmers and Ranchers. A, payments. 1, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, such sums as may be necessary to remain available until expended for the cost of loan modifications and payments under this section. 2, payments. The Secretary shall provide a payment in the amount of up to 120% of the outstanding indebtedness of each socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher as of January 1st, 2021, to pay off the loan directly or to the socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher or a combination of both on each A, direct farm loan made by the Secretary to the socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher, and B, farm loan guaranteed by the Secretary, the borrower of which is the socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher. B, definitions. In this section, 1, farm loan. The term farm loan means A, a loan administered by the Farm Service Agency under subtitle A, B, or C of the Consolidated Farm and Rural Development Act, 7 U.S.C. 1922 et sec, and B, a commodity credit corporation farm storage facility loan. 2, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of Agriculture. 3, socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher. The term socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher has the meaning given the term in section 2501A of the Food, Agriculture, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 2279A. Section 1006, USDA assistance and support for socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, forest land owners, and operators and groups. A, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Agriculture for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1,010 million to remain available until expended to carry out this section. B, assistance. The Secretary of Agriculture shall use the amounts made available pursuant to subsection A, 1, to provide outreach, mediation, financial training, capacity building training, cooperative development training and support, and other technical assistance on issues concerning food, agriculture, agricultural credit, agricultural extension, rural development, or nutrition to socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, or forest landowners, or other members of socially disadvantaged groups. 2, to provide grants and loans to improve land access for socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, or forest landowners, including issues related to heirs' property in a manner as determined by the Secretary. 3, to support the activities of one or more equity commissions that will address racial equity issues within the Department of Agriculture and its programs using $5 million of the amount made available pursuant to subsection A. 4, to support and supplement agricultural research, education, and extension, as well as scholarships and programs that provide internships and pathways to federal employment at A, colleges or universities eligible to receive funds under the Act of August 30th, 1890, commonly known as the Second Morrill Act, 7 U.S.C. 321 at SEC, including Tuskegee University. B, 1994 institutions, as defined in Section 532 of the Equity and Educational Land Grant Status Act of 1994, 7 U.S.C. 301 Note, Public Law 103-382. C, Alaska Native Serving Institutions and Native Hawaiian Serving Institutions eligible to receive grants under subsections A and B, respectively, of Section 1419B of the National Agricultural Research, Extension, and Teaching Policy Act of 1977, 7 U.S.C. 3156. D, Hispanic Serving Institutions eligible to receive grants under Section 1455 of the National Agricultural Research and Extension and Teaching Policy Act of 1977, 7 U.S.C. 3241. And E, the insular area institutions of higher education located in the territories of the United States as referred to in Section 1489 of the National Agricultural Research, Extension, and Teaching Policy Act of 1977, 7 U.S.C. 3361. And 5, to provide financial assistance to socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, or forest landowners that are former farm loan borrowers that suffered related adverse actions or past discrimination or bias in Department of Agriculture programs as determined by the Secretary. C, definitions. In this section, 1, non-industrial private forest land. The term non-industrial private forest land has the meaning given the term in Section 1201A18 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3801A18. 2, socially disadvantaged farmer, rancher, or forest landowner. The term socially disadvantaged farmer, rancher, or forest landowner means a farmer, rancher, or owner or operator of non-industrial private forest land who is a member of a socially disadvantaged group. 3, socially disadvantaged group. The term socially disadvantaged group has the meaning given the term in Section 2501A of the Food, Agriculture, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 2279A. Section 1007, use of the Commodity Credit Corporation for commodities and associated expenses. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there are appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $800 million to remain available until September 30th, 2022, to use the Commodity Credit Corporation to acquire and make available commodities under Section 406B of the Food for Peace Act, 7 U.S.C. 1736B, and for expenses under such section. Subtitle B, Nutrition, Section 1101, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. A, Value of Benefits, Section 702A of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, Public Law 116-260 is amended by striking June 30th, 2021 and inserting September 30th, 2021. B, SNAP Administrative Expenses. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is hereby appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1,150 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023, with amounts to be obligated for each of fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2023 for the costs of state administrative expenses associated with carrying out this section, and administering the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program established under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2011 et sec, of which, 1, $15 million shall be for necessary expenses of the Secretary of Agriculture, in this section referred to as the Secretary, for management and oversight of the program, and 2, $1,135 million shall be for the Secretary to make grants to each state agency for each of fiscal years 2021 through 2023 as follows. A, 75% of the amounts available shall be allocated to states based on the share of each state of households that participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, as reported to the Department of Agriculture for the most recent 12-month period for which data are available, adjusted by the Secretary, as of the date of the enactment of this Act, for participation in disaster programs under Section 5H of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014H, and B, 25% of the amounts available shall be allocated to states based on the increase in the number of households that participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, as reported to the Department of Agriculture over the most recent 12-month period for which data are available, adjusted by the Secretary, as of the date of the enactment of this Act, for participation in disaster programs under Section 5H of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014H. Section 1102, additional assistance for SNAP online purchasing and technology improvements. A, funding. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $25 million to remain available through September 30th, 2026 to carry out this section. B, use of funds. The Secretary of Agriculture may use the amounts made available pursuant to subsection A, 1, to make technological improvements to improve online purchasing in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program established under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2011 et sec. 2, to modernize electronic benefit transfer technology. 3, to support the mobile technologies demonstration projects and the use of mobile technologies authorized under Section 7H14 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2016 H14, and 4, to provide technical assistance to educate retailers on the process and technical requirements for the online acceptance of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, for mobile payments, and for electronic benefit transfer modernization initiatives. Section 1103, additional funding for nutrition assistance programs. Section 704 of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, Public Law 116-260 is amended, 1, by striking in addition and inserting the following: A, COVID-19 response funding, in addition, and 2, by adding at the end the following: B, additional funding. In addition to any other funds made available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2027 for the Secretary of Agriculture to provide grants to the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and American Samoa for nutrition assistance, of which $30 million shall be made available to provide grants to the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands for such assistance. Section 1104, Commodity Supplemental Food Program. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $37 million to remain available until September 30th, 2022 for activities authorized by Section 4A of the Agriculture and Consumer Protection Act of 1973, 7 U.S.C. 612C note. Section 1105, improvements to WIC benefits. A, definitions. In this section, 1, applicable period. The term applicable period means a period, A, beginning after the date of enactment of this act as selected by a state agency, and B, ending not later than the earlier of 1, 4 months after the date described in subparagraph A, or 2, September 30th, 2021. 2, cash value voucher. The term cash value voucher has the meaning given the term in section 246.2 of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations as an effect on the date of the enactment of this act. 3, program. The term program means the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children established by Section 17 of the Child Nutrition Act of 1966, 42 U.S.C. 1786. 4, qualified food package. The term qualified food package means each of the following food packages as defined in Section 246.10E of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of the enactment of this act. A, food package 3 participants with qualifying conditions. B, food package 4 children 1 through 4 years. C, food package 5 pregnant and partially mostly breastfeeding women. D, food package 6 postpartum women. E, food package 7 fully breastfeeding. 5, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of Agriculture. 6, state agency. The term state agency has the meaning given the term in Section 17B of the Child Nutrition Act of 1966, 42 U.S.C. 1786B. B, authority to increase amount of cash value voucher. During the public health emergency declared by the Secretary of Health and Human Services under Section 319 of the Public Health Service Act 42 U.S.C. 247D on January 31st, 2020, with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, and in response to challenges relating to that public health emergency, the Secretary may, in carrying out the program, increase the amount of a cash value voucher under a qualified food package to an amount that is less than or equal to $35. C, application of increased amount of cash value voucher to state agencies. 1, notification. An increase to the amount of a cash value voucher under subsection B shall apply to any state agency that notifies the Secretary of A, the intent to use that increased amount without further application, and B, the applicable period selected by the state agency during which that increased amount shall apply. 2, use of increased amount. A state agency that makes a notification to the Secretary under paragraph 1 shall use the increased amount described in that paragraph. A, during the applicable period described in that notification, and B, only during a single applicable period. D, sunset. The authority of the Secretary under subsection B and the authority of a state agency to increase the amount of a cash value voucher under subsection C shall terminate on September 30th, 2021. E, funding. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated to the Secretary out of funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $490 million to carry out this section to remain available until September 30th, 2022. Section 1106, WIC program modernization. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Agriculture out of amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $390 million for fiscal year 2021 to remain available until September 30th, 2024 to carry out outreach, innovation, and program modernization efforts, including appropriate waivers and flexibility to increase participation in and redemption of benefits under programs established under Section 17 of the Child Nutrition Act of 1966, 7 U.S.C. 1431, except that such waivers may not relate to the content of the WIC food packages as defined in Section 246.10E of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of enactment of this Act, or the non-discrimination requirements under Section 246.8 of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 1107, meals and supplements, reimbursements for individuals who have not attained the age of 25. A, program for at-risk school children. beginning on the date of enactment of this section, notwithstanding paragraph 1A of section 17R of the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act, 42 U.S.C. 1766R, during the COVID-19 public health emergency declared under section 319 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 247D, the Secretary shall reimburse institutions that are emergency shelters under such section 17R, 42 U.S.C. 1766R for meals and supplements served to individuals who, at the time of such service, 1, have not attained the age of 25, and 2, are receiving assistance, including non-residential assistance from such emergency shelter. B, participation by emergency shelters. Beginning on the date of enactment of this section, notwithstanding paragraph 5A of section 17T of the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act, 42 U.S.C. 1766T, during the COVID-19 public health emergency declared under section 319 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 247D, the Secretary shall reimburse emergency shelters under such section 17T, 42 U.S.C. 1766T for meals and supplements served to individuals who, at the time of such service, have not attained the age of 25. C, definitions. In this section, 1, emergency shelter. The term emergency shelter has the meaning given the term under section 17T1 of the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act, 42 U.S.C. 1766T1. 2, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of Agriculture. Section 1108, Pandemic EBT Program. Section 1101 of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, 7 U.S.C. 2011 Note Public Law 116-127 is amended 1 in subsection A by striking during fiscal years 2020 and 2021 and inserting in any school year in which there is a public health emergency designation, and B, by inserting or in a covered summer period following a school session after in session. 2, in subsection G, by striking during fiscal year 2020 the and inserting the. 3, in subsection H1A, by inserting either after at least one child enrolled in such a covered child care facility, and B, by inserting or a Department of Agriculture grant-funded nutrition assistance program in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, or American Samoa, before shall be eligible to receive assistance. 4, by redesignating subsections I and J as subsections J and K respectively. 5, by inserting after subsection H the following. 1, emergencies during summer. The Secretary of Agriculture may permit a state agency to extend a state agency plan approved under subsection B for not more than 90 days for the purpose of operating the plan during a covered summer period, during which time schools participating in the school lunch program under the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act or the school breakfast program under Section 4 of the Child Nutrition Act of 1966, 42 U.S.C. 1773, and covered child care facilities shall be deemed closed for purposes of this section. 6, in subsection J, as so redesignated, A, by redesignating paragraphs 2 through 6 as paragraphs 3 through 7 respectively. B, by inserting after paragraph 1 the following. 2, covered summer period. The term covered summer period means a summer period that follows a school year during which there was a public health emergency designation. And C, in paragraph 5 as so redesignated, by striking or another coronavirus with pandemic potential. And 7, in subsection K as so redesignated, by inserting federal agencies before state agencies. Title II, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Subtitle A, Education Matters. Part 1, Department of Education. Section 2001, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available through the Education Stabilization Fund there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021, and of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $125,804,800,000 to remain available through September 30th, 2023 to carry out this section. B, grants. From funds provided under subsection A, the Secretary shall make grants to each state educational agency in accordance with this section. C, allocations to states. The amount of each grant under subsection B shall be allocated by the Secretary to each state in the same proportion as each state received under Part A of Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 in the most recent fiscal year. D, subgrants to local educational agencies. 1, in general, each state shall allocate not less than 87.5% of the grant funds awarded to the state under this section as subgrants to local educational agencies, including charter schools that are local educational agencies in the state, in proportion to the amounts of funds such local educational agencies and charter schools that are local educational agencies received under Part A of Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 in the most recent fiscal year. 2, availability of funds. Each state shall make allocations under paragraph 1 to local educational agencies in an expedited and timely manner, and to the extent practicable, not later than 60 days after the receipt of such funds. E, uses of funds. A local educational agency that receives funds under this section 1 shall reserve not less than 20% of such funds to address learning loss through the implementation of evidence-based interventions such as summer learning or summer enrichment, extended day, comprehensive after-school programs, or extended school year programs, and ensure such interventions respond to students' academic, social, and emotional needs and address the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on the student subgroups described in section 1111B2, B11 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, 20 USC 6311, B2, B11, students experiencing homelessness, and children and youth in foster care, and.
Two, shall use the remaining funds for any of the following. A, any activity authorized by the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965. B, any activity authorized by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. C, any activity authorized by the Adult Education and Family Literacy Act. D, any activity authorized by the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act of 2006. E, coordination of preparedness and response efforts of local educational agencies with state, local, tribal, and territorial public health departments and other relevant agencies to improve coordinated responses among such entities to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. F, activities to address the unique needs of low-income children or students, children with disabilities, English learners, racial and ethnic minorities, students experiencing homelessness and foster care youth, including how outreach and service delivery will meet the needs of each population. G, developing and implementing procedures and systems to improve the preparedness and response efforts of local educational agencies. H, training and professional development for state staff of the local educational agency on sanitation and minimizing the spread of infectious diseases. I, purchasing supplies to sanitize and clean the facilities of a local educational agency, including buildings operated by such agency. J, planning for, coordinating, and implementing activities during long-term closures, including providing meals to eligible students, providing technology for online learning to all students, providing guidance for carrying out requirements under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and ensuring other educational services can continue to be provided consistent with all federal, state, and local requirements. K, purchasing educational technology, including hardware, software, and connectivity for students who are served by the local educational agency that aids in regular and substantive educational interaction between students and their classroom instructors, including low-income students and children with disabilities, which may include assistive technology or adaptive equipment. L, providing mental health services and supports, including through the implementation of evidence-based full-service community schools. M, planning and implementing activities related to summer learning and supplemental after-school programs, including providing classroom instruction or online learning during the summer months, and addressing the needs of low-income students, children with disabilities, English learners, migrant students, students experiencing homelessness, and children in foster care. N, addressing learning loss among students, including low-income students, children with disabilities, English learners, racial and ethnic minorities, students experiencing homelessness, and children and youth in foster care of the local educational agency, including by, one, administering and using high-quality assessments that are valid and reliable to accurately assess students' academic progress and assist educators in meeting students' academic needs, including through differentiating instruction. 2, implementing evidence-based activities to meet the comprehensive needs of students. 3, providing information and assistance to parents and families on how they can effectively support students, including in a distance learning environment. And 4, tracking student attendance and improving student engagement in distance education. O, school facility repairs and improvements to enable operation of schools to reduce risk of virus transmission and exposure to environmental health hazards and to support student health needs. P, instruction, testing, maintenance, repair, replacement, and upgrade projects to improve the indoor air quality in school facilities, including mechanical and non-mechanical heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, filtering, purification, and other air cleaning, fans, control systems, and window and door repair and replacement. Q, developing strategies and implementing public health protocols, including to the greatest extent practicable policies in line with guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for the reopening and operation of school facilities to effectively maintain the health and safety of students, educators, and other staff. R, other activities that are necessary to maintain the operation of and continuity of services in local educational agencies and continuing to employ existing staff of the local educational agency. F, state funding. With funds not otherwise allocated under subsection D, a state, 1, shall reserve not less than 5% of the total amount of grant funds awarded to the state under this section to carry out, directly or through grants or contracts, activities to address learning loss by supporting the implementation of evidence-based interventions, such as summer learning or summer enrichment, extended day, comprehensive after-school programs, or extended school year programs, and ensure that such interventions respond to students' academic, social, and emotional needs and address the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on the student subgroups described in Section 1111B2B11 of the Elementary and Secondary School Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 6311B2B11, students experiencing homelessness, and children and youth in foster care, including by providing additional support to local educational agencies to fully address such impacts. 2, shall reserve not less than 1% of the total amount of grant funds awarded to the state under this section to carry out directly or through grants or contracts the implementation of evidence-based summer enrichment programs and ensure such programs respond to students' academic, social, and emotional needs and address the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on the student populations described in Section 1111B2B11 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 6311B2B11, students experiencing homelessness, and children and youth in foster care. 3, shall reserve not less than 1% of the total amount of grant funds awarded to the state under this section to carry out directly or through grants or contracts the implementation of evidence-based comprehensive after-school programs and ensure such programs respond to students' academic, social, and emotional needs and address the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on the student populations described in Section 1111B2B11 of the Elementary and Secondary Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 6311B2B11, students experiencing homelessness, and children and youth in foster care. 4, shall reserve 2.5% of the total amount of grant funds awarded to the state under this section to carry out directly or through grants or contracts the purchase of educational technology, including hardware, software, and connectivity for students who are served by the local educational agencies in that state that aids in regular and substantive educational interaction between students and their classroom instructors, including low-income students and children with disabilities, which may include assistive technology or adaptive equipment. And 5, may reserve not more than 0.5% of the total amount of grant funds awarded to the state under this section for administrative costs and the remainder for emergency needs as determined by the state educational agency to address Issues responding to coronavirus, which may be addressed through the use of grants or contracts. G, reallocation. A state shall return to the Secretary any funds received under this section that the state does not award within 1 year of receiving such funds, and the Secretary shall reallocate such funds to the remaining states in accordance with subsection C. H, definitions. In this section 1, the terms child, children with disabilities, distance education, elementary school, English learner, evidence-based, secondary school, local educational agency, parent, secretary, state educational agency, and technology have the meanings given those terms in Section 8101 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 7801. 2, the term full-service community school has the meaning given that term in Section 4622. 2 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 72722. And 3, the term state means each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Section 2002, emergency assistance to non-public schools. A, in general. In addition to amounts otherwise available through the Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools program, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $2,750,000,000 to remain available through September 30, 2023, to make allocations to governors under the Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools program to provide services or assistance to non-public schools that enroll a significant percentage of low-income students that are most impacted by the qualifying emergency. B, limitations. Funds provided under subsection A shall not be used to provide reimbursements to any non-public school. Section 2003, Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there was appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $39,584,570,000 to remain available through September 30, 2023, to make allocations to institutions of higher education in accordance with the same terms and conditions of Section 314 of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021, Division M of Public Law 116-260, except that 1, subsection A1 of such Section 314 shall be applied by submitting 91% for 89%. 2, subsection A2 of such Section 314 shall be applied A in the matter preceding subparagraph A by substituting under the heading Higher Education in the Department of Education Appropriations Act 2020 for in the further Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020, Public Law 116-94, and B in some paragraph B by substituting under the heading Higher Education in the Department of Education Appropriations Act 2020 for in the further Consolidated Appropriations Act 2020, Public Law 116-94. 3, an institution that receives an allocation apportioned in accordance with Clause 3 of subsection A2A of such Section 314 that has a total endowment size of less than $1 million, including an institution that does not have an endowment, shall be treated by the Secretary as having a total endowment size of $1 million for the purposes of such Clause 3. 4, subsection A4 of such Section 314 shall be applied by substituting 1% for 3%. 5, except as provided in paragraphs 7 and 9 of subsection D of such Section 314, an institution shall use a portion of funds received under the section to A, implement evidence-based practices to monitor and suppress coronavirus in accordance with public health guidelines, and B, conduct direct outreach to financial aid applicants about the opportunity to receive a financial aid adjustment due to the recent unemployment of a family member or independent student or other circumstances described in Section 479A, the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1087 TT. 6, the following shall not apply to funds provided or received in accordance with this section. A, subsection B of such Section 314. B, paragraph 2 of subsection C of such Section 314. C, paragraphs 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8 of subsection D of such Section 314. D, subsections E and F of such Section 314, and E, Section 316 of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021, Division M of Public Law 116-260, and 7, an institution that receives an allocation under this section apportioned in accordance with subparagraphs A through D of subsection A1 of such Section 314 shall not use less than 50% of such allocation to provide emergency financial aid grants to students in accordance with subsection C3 of such Section 314. Section 2004, maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity. A, state maintenance of effort. 1, in general, as a condition of receiving funds under Section 2001, a state shall maintain support for elementary and secondary education and for higher education, which shall include state funding to institutions of higher education and state need-based financial aid, and shall not include support for capital projects or for research and development or tuition and fees paid by students in each of fiscal years 2022 and 2022, at least at the proportional levels of such state's support for elementary and secondary education and for higher education relative to such state's overall spending, averaged over fiscal years 2017, 2018, and 2019. 2, waiver. For the purpose of relieving fiscal burdens incurred by states in preparing for, and responding to the coronavirus, the Secretary of Education may waive any maintenance of effort requirements associated with the Education Stabilization Fund. B, state maintenance of equity. 1, high-need local educational agencies. As a condition of receiving funds under Section 2001, a state educational agency shall not, in fiscal years 2022 or 2023, reduce state funding as calculated on a per-pupil basis for any high-need local educational agency in the state by an amount that exceeds the overall per-pupil reduction in state funds, if any, across all local educational agencies in such state and such fiscal year. 2, highest poverty local educational agencies. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, as a condition of receiving funds under Section 2001, a state educational agency shall not, in fiscal year 2022 or 2023, reduce state funding as calculated on a per-pupil basis for any highest poverty local educational agency below the level of funding as calculated on a per-pupil basis provided to each such local educational agency in fiscal year 2019. C, local educational agency maintenance of equity for high poverty schools. 1, in general, as a condition of receiving funds under Section 2001, a local educational agency shall not, in fiscal year 2022 or 2023, A, reduce per-pupil funding from combined state and local funding for any high-poverty school served by such local educational agency by an amount that exceeds 1, the total reduction in local educational agency funding from combined state and local funding for all schools served by the local educational agency in such fiscal year, if any, divided by 2, the number of children enrolled in all schools served by the local educational agency in such fiscal year, or B, reduce per-pupil full-time equivalent staff in any high-poverty school by an amount that exceeds 1, the total reduction in full-time equivalent staff in all schools served by such local educational agency in such fiscal year, if any, divided by 2, the number of children enrolled in all schools served by the local educational agency in such fiscal year. 2, exception. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to a local educational agency in fiscal year 2022 or 2023 that meets at least one of the following criteria in such fiscal year. A, such local educational agency has a total enrollment of less than 1,000 students. B, such local educational agency operates a single school. C, such local educational agency serves all students within each grade span with a single school. D, such local educational agency demonstrates an exceptional or uncontrollable circumstance, such as unpredictable changes in student enrollment or a precipitous decline in the financial resources of such agency as determined by the Secretary of Education. D, definitions. In this section 1, elementary education, secondary education, the terms elementary education and secondary education have the meaning given such terms under state law. 2, highest poverty local educational agency. The term highest poverty local educational agency means a local educational agency that is among the group of local educational agencies in that state that A, in rank order, had the highest percentages of economically disadvantaged students in the state on the basis of the most recent satisfactory data available from the Department of Commerce, or for local educational agencies for which no such data are available, such other data as the Secretary of Education determines are satisfactory, and B, collectively serve not less than 20% of the state's total enrollment of students served by all local educational agencies in the state. 3, high-need local educational agencies. The term high-need local educational agency means a local educational agency that is among the group of local educational agencies in the state that A, in rank order, have the highest percentages of economically disadvantaged students in the state on the basis of the most recent satisfactory data available from the Department of Commerce, or for local educational agencies for which no such data are available, such other data as the Secretary of Education determines are satisfactory, and B, collectively serve not less than 50% of the state's total enrollment of students served by all local educational agencies in the state. 4, high poverty school. A, in general, the term high poverty school means with respect to a school served by a local educational agency, a school that is in the highest quartile of schools served by such local educational agency based on the percentage of economically disadvantaged students served as determined by the state in accordance with subparagraph B. B, determination. In making the determination of subparagraph A, a state shall select a measure of poverty established for the purposes of this paragraph by the Secretary of Education and apply such measure consistently to all schools in the state. 5, overall per pupil reduction in state funds. The term overall per pupil reduction in state funds means with respect to a fiscal year A, the amount of any reduction in the total amount of state funds provided to all local educational agencies in the state in such fiscal year compared to the total amount of such funds provided to all local educational agencies in the state in the previous fiscal year, divided by B, the aggregate number of children enrolled in all schools served by all local educational agencies in the state for the fiscal year for which the determination is being made. 6, state. The term state means each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Section 2005, outlying areas. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there was appropriated by the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $850 million to remain available through September 30, 2023 for the Secretary of Education to allocate awards to the outlying areas on the basis of their respective needs is determined by the Secretary to be allocated not more than 30 calendar days after the date of enactment of this Act. Section 2006, Gallaudet University. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $19,250,000 to remain available through September 30, 2023 for the Kendall Demonstration Elementary School, the Model Secondary School for the Deaf, and the Gallaudet University to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to defray expenses associated with coronavirus, including lost revenue, reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with the transition to distance education, faculty and staff trainings, and payroll, and to provide financial aid grants to students, which may be used for any component of the student's cost of education. Section 2007, Student Administration. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $91,130,000 to remain available through September 30, 2023 for Student Aid Administration within the Department of Education to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including direct outreach to students and borrowers about financial aid, economic impact payments, means-tested benefits, unemployment assistance, and tax benefits for which the students and borrowers may be eligible. Section 2008, Howard University. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $35 million to remain available through September 30, 2023 for Howard University to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to defray expenses associated with coronavirus, including lost revenue, reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with the transition to a distance education, faculty and staff trainings, and payroll, and to provide financial aid grants to students which may be used for any component of the student's cost of attendance. Section 2009, National Technical Institute for the Deaf. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $19,250,000 to remain available through September 30, 2023 for the National Technical Institute for the Deaf to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, including to defray expenses associated with coronavirus, including lost revenue, reimbursement for expenses already incurred, technology costs associated with the transition to distance education, faculty and staff training, and payroll, and to provide financial aid grants to students which may be used for any component of the student's cost of attendance. Section 2010, Institute for Educational Sciences. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $100 million to remain available through September 30, 2023 for the Institute of Education Sciences to carry out research related to addressing learning loss caused by the coronavirus among the student subgroups described in Section 1111B2B11 of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 6311B2B11, and the students experiencing homelessness and children and youth in foster care, and to disseminate such findings to state educational agencies and local educational agencies and other appropriate entities.
Section 2011, Program Administration. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $15 million to remain available through September 30th, 2024 for program administration within the Department of Education to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, and for salaries and expenses necessary to implement this part. Section 2012, Office of Inspector General. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriate $5 million remain available until expended for the Office of Inspector General of the Department of Education for salaries and expenses necessary for oversight, investigations, and audits of programs, grants, and projects funded under this part carried out by the Office of Inspector General. Section 2013, Modification of Revenue Requirements for Proprietary Institutions of Higher Education. A, in general, Section 487A24 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1094A24 is amended by striking funds provided under this title and inserting federal funds that are dispersed or delivered to or on behalf of a student to be used to attend such institution, referred to in this paragraph in subsection D as federal education assistance funds. B, implementation of non-federal revenue requirements, section 487D of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1094D is amended. 1, in the subsection heading by striking non-Title IV and inserting non-federal, and 2, in paragraph 1C by striking funds for a program under this title and inserting federal education assistance funds. Part 2, miscellaneous, section 2021, National Endowment for the Arts. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $135 million to remain available until expended under the National Foundation on the Arts and the Humanities of 1965 as follows. 1, 40% shall be for grants and relevant administrative expenses to state arts agencies and regional arts organizations that support organizations' programming and general operating expenses to cover up to 100% of the cost of the program which the grants support to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the coronavirus. 2, 60% shall be for direct grants and relevant administrative expenses that support organizations' programming and general operation expenses to cover up to 100% of the cost of the programs which the grants support to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the coronavirus. Section 2022, National Endowment for the Humanities. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $135 million to remain available until expended under the National Foundation on the Arts and the Humanities Act of 1965 as follows. 1, 40% shall be for grants and relevant administrative expenses to state humanities councils that support humanities organizations' programming and general operating expenses to cover up to 100% of the cost of the programs which the grants support to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the coronavirus. 2, 60% shall be for grants and relevant administrative expenses that support humanities organizations' programming and general operating expenses to cover up to 100% of the cost of the programs which the grants support to prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from the coronavirus. Section 2023, Institute of Museum and Library Services. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Institute of Museum and Library Services for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $200 million to remain available until expended for necessary expenses to carry out museum and library services. The Director of the Institute of Museum and Library Services shall award not less than 89% of such funds to state library administrative agencies by applying the formula in Section 221B of the Museum and Library Services Act, except that 1, Section 221B3A of such act shall be applied by substituting $2 million for $680,000 and by substituting $200,000 for $60,000, and 2, Section 221B3C and subsections B and C of Section 223 of such act shall not apply to funds provided under this section. Subtitle B, Labor Matters, Section 2101, Funding for Department of Labor Worker Protection Activities. A, Appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise made available out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Labor for fiscal year 2021, $200 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023 for the Wage and Hour Division and Office of Workers' Compensation Programs, the Office of Solicitor, the Mine Safety and Health Administration, and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration to carry out COVID-19 related worker protection activities, and for the Office of Inspector General for oversight of the Secretary's activities to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. B, allocation of amounts. Amounts appropriated under subsection A shall be allocated as follows. 1, not less than $100 million shall be for the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, of which $10 million shall be for the Susan Harwood training grants, and not less than $5 million shall be for enforcement activities related to COVID-19 at high-risk workplaces, including healthcare, meat and poultry processing facilities, agricultural workplaces, and correctional facilities. 2, $12,500,000 shall be for the Office of the Inspector General. Subtitle C, Human Services and Community Supports. Section 2201, Child Care and Development Block Grant Program. A, Child Care and Development Block Grant funding, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $14,990,000,000 remain available through September 30th, 2021 to carry out the program authorized under Section 658C of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990, 482 U.S.C. 9858A, without regard to requirements in Sections 658E, C3E, or 658G of such acts, 42 U.S.C. 9858C, C3E, 9858E. Payments made to states, territories, Indian tribes, and tribal organizations from funds made available under the subsection shall be obligated to fiscal year 2021 or the succeeding 2 fiscal years. States, territories, Indian tribes, and tribal organizations are authorized to use such funds to provide child care assistance to healthcare sector employees, emergency responders, sanitation workers, and other workers deemed essential during the response to coronavirus by public officials without regard to the income eligibility requirements of Section 658P4 of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act, 42 U.S.C. 9858N4. B, administrative cost. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $35 million to remain available through September 30th, 2025 for the cost of providing technical assistance and conducting research, and for the administrative cost to carry out the Section 2202 of the subtitle. Section 2202, Child Care Stabilization. A, definitions. In this section, 1, COVID-19 public health emergency. The term COVID-19 public health emergency means the public health emergency declared by the Secretary of Health and Human Services under Section 319 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 4247D, on January 31st, 2020, with respect to COVID-19, including any renewal of this declaration. 2, eligible child care provider. The term eligible child care provider means A, an eligible child care provider as defined in Section 658P of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 9858N, or B, a child care provider that is licensed, regulated, or registered in the state, territory, or Indian tribe on the date of enactment of this act and meets applicable state and local health and safety requirements. B, child care stabilization funding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $23,975,000,000 to remain available through September 30th, 2021 for grants under the section in accordance with the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990. C, grants. From the amounts appropriated to carry out the section under the authority of the Section 6580 of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 9858M. In this section, the Secretary shall award to such lead agency a child care stabilization grant without regard to the requirements in subparagraphs C and E of Section 658E C3 and in Section 658G of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 9858 C3 9858E. Such grant shall be allotted in accordance with Section 6580 of the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 9858M. D, state reservations and subgrants. 1, reservation. A lead agency for a state that receives a child care stabilization grant pursuant to subsection C shall reserve not more than 10% of such grant funds to administer subgrants, provide technical assistance and support for applying for and accessing the subgrant opportunity, publicize the availability of the subgrants, carry out activities to increase the supply of childcare, and provide technical assistance to help childcare providers implement policies as described in paragraph 2D1. 2 subgrants to qualified childcare providers. A, in general, the lead agency shall use the remainder of the grant funds awarded pursuant to subsection C to make subgrants to qualified childcare providers described in subparagraph B, regardless of such a provider's previous receipt of other federal assistance to support the stability of the childcare sector during and after the COVID-19 public health emergency. B, qualified childcare provider. To be qualified to receive a subgrant under this paragraph, a provider shall be an eligible child care provider that on the date of the submission of an application for the subgrant was either 1, open and available to provide child care services, or 2, closed due to public health, financial hardships, or other reasons relating to the COVID-19 public health emergency. C, subgrant amount. The amount of such a subgrant to a qualified child care provider shall be based on the provider's stated current operating expenses, including costs associated with providing or preparing to provide child care services during the COVID-19 public health emergency, and to the extent practicable, cover sufficient operating expenses to ensure continuous operations for the intended period of the subgrant. D, application. The lead agency shall, 1, make available on the lead agency's website an application for qualified child care providers that includes certifications that for the duration of the subgrant, 1, the provider applying will, when open and available to provide child care services, implement policies in line with the guidance from the corresponding state, tribal, and local authorities, and in accordance with state, tribal, and local orders, and to the greatest extent possible, implement policies in line with guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. 2, for each employee, the provider will pay not less than the full compensation, including any benefits that was provided to the employee as the date of submission for the application for the subgrant referred to in the subclause as full compensation, and will not take any action that reduces the weekly amount of the employee's compensation below the weekly amount of full compensation, or that reduces the employee's rate of compensation below the rate of full compensation, including the involuntary furloughing of any employee on the date of submission of the application of the subgrant. And 3, the provider will provide relief from co-payments and tuition payments families enrolled in the provider's program to the extent possible, and prioritize each relief for families struggling to make either type of payment. And 2, accept and process applications submitted under this subparagraph on a rolling basis and provide subgrant funds in advance of provider expenditures except as provided in subsection E2. E, obligation. The lead agency shall notify the Secretary if it is unable to obligate at least 50% of the funds received pursuant to subsection C that are available for subgrants described in this paragraph within 9 months of the date of enactment of this Act. E, use of funds. 1, in general, a qualified child care provider that receives funds through such a subgrant shall use the funds for at least one of the following. A, personnel costs, including payroll and salaries or similar compensation for an employee, including any sole proprietor or independent contractor, employee benefit, premium pay, or cost for employee recruitment and retention. B, rent, including rent under a lease agreement or payment under any mortgage obligation, utilities, facility management, or improvements, or insurance. C, personal protective equipment, cleaning and sanitation supplies and services, or training and professional development related to health and safety practices. D, purchases of or updates to equipment and supplies to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency. E, goods and services necessary to maintain or resume child care services. F, mental health support for children and employees. 2, reimbursement. The qualified child care provider may use the subgrant funds to reimburse the provider for sums obligated or expended before the date of enactment of this Act for the cost of a good or service described in paragraph 1 to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency. F, supplement, not supplant. Amounts made available to carry out this section shall be used to supplement and supplant other federal, state, and local public funds expended to provide child care services for eligible individuals. Section 2203, Head Start. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there's appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2022 to carry out the Head Start Act, including the federal administrative expenses. After reserving funds for federal administrative expenses, the Secretary shall allocate all remaining amounts to Head Start agencies for one-time grants and shall allocate to each Head Start agency an amount that bears the same ratio for the portion available for allocations as a member of enrolled children served by the Head Start agency bears to the name to the number of enrolled children served by all Head Start agencies. Section 2204, Programs for Survivors. A, in general, Section 303 of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act, 42 U.S.C. 104003 is amended by adding to at the end of the following. D, additional funding. For the purposes of carrying out this title, in addition to amounts otherwise made available for such purposes, there are appropriated out of any amounts of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated for the fiscal year 2021 to remain available until expended, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, each of the following. $180 million to carry out the sections 301 through 312 to be allocated in the manner described in subsection A2, except that A, a reference to, in subsection A2 to an amount appropriate under subsection A1 shall be considered to be a reference to an amount appropriate under this paragraph. B, the matching requirement in section 306C4 and the condition in section 308D3 shall not apply. And C, each reference in section 305E to the end of the following fiscal year shall be considered to be a reference to the end of the fiscal year 2025. And D, funds made available to the state on grant under section 306A and obligated in a timely manner shall be available for expenditure by the state or recipient of funds for the grant through the end of fiscal year 2025. 2, $18 million to carry out Section 309. 3, $2 million to carry out Section 313, of which $1 million shall be allocated to support Indian communities. B, COVID-19 public health emergency defined. In this section, the term COVID-19 public health emergency means the public health emergency declared by the Secretary of Health and Human Services under Section 319 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 247D on January 31st, 2020 with respect to COVID-19, including any renewal of the declaration. C, grants to support culturally specific populations. 1, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriate out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in this section referred to as the Secretary, $49,500,000 for fiscal year 2021 to be available until expended to carry out the subsection, excluding federal administrative costs for which funds are appropriate under subsection E. 2, use of funds. From amounts appropriated under paragraph 1, the Secretary acting through the Director of the Family Violence Prevention Services Program shall A, support culturally specific community-based organizations to provide culturally specific activities for survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence to address emergent needs resulting from the COVID-19 public health emergency and other public health concerns, and B, support culturally specific community-based organizations that provide culturally specific activities to promote strategic partnership development and collaboration in response to the impact of COVID-19 and other public health concerns on survivors of sexual assault and domestic abuse. D, grants to support survivors of sexual assault. 1, in general, in addition to the amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary $198 million for fiscal year 2021 to be available until expended to carry out in the subsection, excluding federal administrative costs for which funds are appropriate under subsection E. 2, use of funds. From amounts appropriated under paragraph 1, the Secretary acting through the Director of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Program shall assist rape crisis centers in transitioning to virtual services and meeting the emergency needs of survivors. E, administrative costs. In addition to the amounts otherwise made available, there is an appropriated to the Secretary, out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $2,500,000 for the fiscal year 2021 to remain available until expended for the federal administrative costs of carrying out subsections C and D. Section 2205, Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, the following amounts to remain available through September 30th, 2023. 1, $250 million for carrying out the program authorized under Section 201 of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, 42 U.S.C. 5116, which shall be allocated without regard to Section 204.4 of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 5116D4, and shall be allotted to states in accordance with Section 203 of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 5116B, except that A, in subsection B, 1A of such section 203, 70% shall be deemed to be 100%, and B, subsections B, 1B, and C of such section 203 shall not apply, and 2, $100 million for carrying out the state grant program authorized under Section 106 of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, 42 U.S.C. 5106A, which shall be allocated without regard to Section 112A2 of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 5106HA2. Section 2206, Corporation for National and Community Service and the National Service Trust. A Corporation for National and Community Service. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Corporation for National and Community Service, $852 million to remain available through September 30th, 2024 to carry out subsection B, except that amounts to carry out subsection B7 shall remain available until September 30th, 2026. B, allocation of amounts. Amounts provided by subsection A shall be allocated as follows. 1. AmeriCorps State and National, $620 million shall be used, A, to increase the living allowances of participants in National Service Program. B, to make funding adjustments to existing, as of the date of the enactment of this act, awards and award new and additional awards to entities to support programs described in paragraphs 1B, 2B, 3B, 4B, and 5B of subsection A, and subsection B2 of section 122 of the National Community Service Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 12572, whether or not the entities are already grant recipients under such provisions on the day of enactment of this act, and notwithstanding section 122A, 1B, 6 of the National Community Service Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 12572A, 1B6 by 1, prioritizing entities serving communities disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 and utilizing culturally competent and multilingual strategies and provisions of services, and 2, taking into account the diversity of communities and participants served by such entities, including racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, linguistic, and geographic diversity. 2, state commissions, $20 million shall be used to make adjustments to existing as of the date of the enactment of this act, awards and new and additional awards, including awards to State Commission on National Community Service under Section 126A of the National Community Service Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 12576A. 3, Volunteer Generation Fund, $20 million shall be used for expenses authorized under Section 501A4 F of the National Community Service Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 12681A4F, which, notwithstanding Section 198P D1B of that Act, 42 U.S.C. 12665 3PD1B, shall be for grants awarded to the Corporation for National and Community Service on a competitive basis. For AmeriCorps Vista, $80 million shall be used for the purposes described in Section 101 of the Domestic Volunteer Service Act of 1973, 42 U.S.C. 4951, including to increase the living allowances of volunteers described in Section 105B of the Domestic Volunteer Service Act of 1973, 42 U.S.C. 4955B. 5, National Senior Service Corps, $30 million shall be used for the purposes described in Section 200 of the Domestic Violence Service Act of 1973, 42 U.S.C. 5000. 6, administrative costs. $73 million shall be used for the Corporation for National and Community Service for administrative expenses to carry out programs and activities funded by subsection A. 7, Office of Inspector General, $9 million shall be used for the Office of Inspector General for the Corporation for National and Community Services for salaries and expenses necessary for oversight and audit of programs and activities funded by subsection A. C, National Service Trust. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriate, $148 million to remain available and expended for administration of the National Service Trust and for payments of the trust for the provision of educational awards pursuant to Section 145A1A of the National and Community Service Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. 12601A1A.
Subtitle D, Public Health. Section 2301, Funding for COVID-19 Vaccine Activities at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. A, in general, in addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in this subtitle referred to as the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $7,500 million to remain available until expended to carry out activities to plan, prepare for, promote, distribute, administer, and monitor and track COVID-19 vaccines. 79, B, use of funds. The Secretary, acting through the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and in consultation with other agencies, as applicable, shall, in conducting activities referred to in subsection A, 1, conduct activities to enhance, expand, and improve nationwide COVID-19 vaccine distribution and administration, including activities related to the distribution of ancillary medical products and supplies related to vaccines, and 2, provide technical assistance, guidance, and support to, and award grants or cooperative agreements to state, local, tribal, and territorial public health departments for enhancement of COVID-19 vaccine distribution and administration capabilities, including A, the distribution and administration of vaccines licensed under Section 351 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 262, or authorized under Section 564 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, 21 U.S.C. 360 BB3, and ancillary medical products and supplies related to vaccines. B, the establishment and expansion, including staffing support of community vaccination centers, particularly in underserved areas. C, the deployment of mobile vaccination units, particularly in underserved areas. D, information technology standards-based data and reporting enhancements, including improvements necessary to support standards-based sharing of data related to vaccine distribution and vaccine systems that enhance vaccine safety, effectiveness, and uptake, particularly among underserved populations. E, facility enhancements. F, communication with the public regarding when, where, and how to receive COVID-19 vaccines. And G, transportation of individuals to facilitate vaccinations, including at community vaccination centers and mobile vaccination units, particularly for underserved populations. C, supplemental funding for state vaccination grants. 1, definitions in the subsection A, base formula. The term base formula means the allocation of formula that applied to the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Cooperative Agreement fiscal year 2020. B, alternative allocation. The term alternative allocation means an allocation to each state, territory, or locality, calculating use of the percentage derived from the allocation received by such state, territory, or locality of the aggregate amount of fiscal year 2020 Public Health Emergency Preparedness Cooperative Agreement awards under Section 319C1 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 247D3A, 2, supplemental funding, A, in general, not later than 21 days after the date of the enactment of this act. The Secretary shall use amounts described in subsection A to provide supplemental funding to any state, locality, or territory that receive less of the amounts that were appropriated under Title III of Division M of Public Law 116260 for vaccination grants to be issued by the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. Then such state, locality, or territory would have received had such amounts been allocated using the alternative allocation. B, amount. The amount of supplemental funding provided under this subsection shall be equal to the amount between 1, the amount of state, locality, or territory received or would receive under the base formula, and 2, the amount of state, locality, or territory would receive under the alternative allocation. Section 2302, funding for vaccine confidence activities. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1 million to remain available until expended, and carry out activities acting through the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. 1, to strengthen vaccine confidence in the United States, including its territories and possessions. 2, to provide further information and education with respect to vaccines licensed under Section 351 of Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 262, or authorized under Section 564 of the Federal Drug and Cosmetic Act, 21 U.S.C. 360 BBB, 3, and 3, to improve rates of vaccination throughout the United States, including its territories and possessions, including through activities described in Section 313 of the Public Health Service Act, as amended by Section 311 of Division BB of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2021, Public Law 116-260. Section 2303, funding for supply chain for COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and medical supplies. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $6,050 million to remain available until expended for necessary expenses with respect to research, development, manufacturing, production, and purchases of vaccines, therapeutics, and ancillary medical products, supplies to prevent, prepare, and respond to SARS-CoV-2 or any viral variant mutating their form with the pandemic potential, and 2, COVID-19 or any disease with potential to create a pandemic. Section 2304, funding for COVID-19 vaccine, therapeutic, and device activities at the Food and Drug Administration. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million to remain available until expended, to be used for evaluation of the continued performance, safety, and effectiveness, including with respect to emerging COVID-19 variants, of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics approved, cleared, licensed, or authorized for use for treatment, prevention, or diagnosis of COVID-19. Facilitation of advanced continuous manufacturing activities related to the production of vaccine and related materials, facilitation and conduct of inspections related to the manufacturing of vaccines, therapeutics, and devices delayed or canceled for reasons related to COVID-19, review of devices authorized for use for the treatment, prevention, or diagnosis of COVID-19, and oversight of the supply chain and mitigation of shortages of vaccines, therapeutics, and devices approved, cleared, licensed, or authorized for use for the treatment, prevention, or diagnosis of COVID-19 by the Food and Drug Administration. Section 2305, Reduced Cost Sharing, A, in general. Section 1402 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act is amended by redesignating subsection F and subsection G, and by inserting after subsection E the following new subsection: F, special rule for individuals who receive unemployment compensation during 2021. For purposes of this section, in the case of an individual who has received or has been approved to receive unemployment compensation for any week beginning during 2021 for the plan year in which such week begins, 1, such individual shall be treated as meeting the requirements of subsection B, 2, and 2, for the purposes of subsection C and D, there shall not be taken into account any household income or individual in excess of 133% of the poverty line for a family of the size involved. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to plan years beginning after December 31st, 2020. Subtitle E, testing. Section 2401, funding for COVID-19 testing, contact tracing, and mitigation activities. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in the subtitle referred to as Secretary, for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $47.8 billion to remain available until expended, to carry out activities to detect, diagnose, trace, and monitor SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 infections and related strategies to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. B, use of funds from amounts appropriated by subsection A. The Secretary shall, 1, implement a national evidence-based strategy for testing, conduct tracing, surveillance, and mitigation with respect to SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, including through activities authorized under Section 319A of the Public Health Service Act. 2, provide technical assistance, guidance, and support, and award grants or cooperative agreements to state, local, and territorial public health departments for activities to detect, diagnose, trace, and monitor SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 infections and related strategies and activities to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. 3, support the development, manufacturing, procurement, distribution, and administration of tests to detect or diagnose SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, including through A, support for the development, manufacture, procurement, and distribution of supplies necessary for administering tests such as personal protective equipment, and B, support for the acquisition, construction, alteration, or renovation of non-federally owned facilities for the production of diagnostics and ancillary medical products and supplies where the Secretary determines that such an investment is necessary to ensure the production of sufficient amount of such supplies. 4, establish and expand federal, state, local, and territorial testing, contact tracing capabilities, including A, through investments in laboratory capacity such as 1, academic and research laboratories or other laboratories that could be used for processing of COVID-19 testing. 2, community-based testing sites and community-based organizations. Or 3, mobile health units, particularly in medically underserved areas. And B, with respect to quarantine and isolation of contacts. 5, enhanced information technology, data modernization and reporting, including improvements necessary to support sharing of data related to public health capabilities. 6, award grants to or enter in cooperative agreements or contracts with state, local, and territorial public health departments to establish, expand, and sustain a public health workforce. And 7, to cover administrative and program supports, costs necessary to conduct activities related to subparagraph A. Section 2402, funding for SARS-CoV-2 genomic sequencing and surveillance. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1,750 million to remain available until expended to strengthen and expand activities, workforce-related genomic sequencing and analytics and disease surveillance. B, use of funds from amounts appropriated by subsection A, the Secretary acting through the Director of the Centers for the Disease Control and Prevention shall, 1, conduct, expand, and improve activities to sequencing genomes, identify mutations, and survey the circulation and transmission of viruses and other organisms, including strains of SARS-CoV-2, to award grants or cooperative agreements to state, local, tribal, or territorial public health departments or public health laboratories. A, to increase their capacity to sequence genomes of circulating strains of viruses and other organisms, including SARS-CoV-2. B, to identify mutations in viruses and other organisms, including SARS-CoV-2. C, to use genomic sequencing to identify outbreaks and clusters of disease and infections, including COVID-19. And D, to develop effective disease response strategies based on genomic sequencing and surveillance data. 3, enhance and expand the informatics capabilities of the public health workforce. And 4, award grants for the construction, alteration, or renovation of facilities to improve genomic sequencing and surveillance capabilities at the state and local levels. Section 2403, funding for global health. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $750 million to remain available until expended for activities to be conducted acting through the Director of Centers for Disease Control, Prevention of Combat of SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, and other emerging infectious diseases threats globally, including efforts related to global health security, global disease detection and response, global health protection, global immunization, global coordination, and public health. Section 2404, funding for Data Modernization and Forecasting Center. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million to remain available until expended for activities to be conducted acting through the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to support public health data surveillance and analytics, infrastructure modernization initiative, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and establish, expand, and maintain efforts to modernize the United States disease warning system to forecast and track hotspots for COVID-19, its variants, and emerging biological threats, including academic workforce support for analytics and informatics infrastructure and data collection systems. Subtitle F, Public Health Workforce. Section 2501, funding for public health workforce. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the subtitle referred to as the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $7,660 million to remain available until expended to carry out activities relating to establishing, expanding, and sustaining a public health workforce, including by making awards to state, local, and territorial public health departments. B, use of funds for public health determinants. Amounts made available to an awardee pursuant to subsection A shall be used for the following. 1, costs including wages and benefits related to the recruiting, hiring, and training of individuals. A, to serve as case investigators, contact tracers, social support specialists, community health workers, public health nurses, disease intervention specialists, epidemiologists, program managers, laboratory personnel, informaticians, communications and policy experts, and any other position as may be required to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19, and B, who are employed by 1, the state, territorial, or local public health department involved, or 2, a nonprofit, private, or public organization with demonstrated expertise in implementing public health programs and established relationships with such state, territorial, or local public health departments, particularly in medically underserved areas. 2, personal protective equipment, data management, and other technology or other necessary supplies. 3, administrative costs and activities necessary for awardees to implement activities funded under this section. 4, subawards from recipients of awards under subsection A to local health departments for the purpose of activities funded under this section. Section 2502, funding for Medical Reserve Corps. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $100 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Section 2813 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 300HH-15, Subtitle G, Public Health Investments. Section 2601, funding for community health centers and community care. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in this subtitle referred to as the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $7,600 million to remain available until expended for necessary expenses for awarding grants and cooperative agreements under Section 330 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 254B, to be awarded with regard to time limitation in subsection E3 and subsections E6A3, E6B3, and R2B of subsection 30, and for necessary expenses for awarding grants to federally qualified health centers as described in sections 1861AA 4B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 XAA 4B, and for awarding grants or contracts to Papaolakani and to qualified entities under Section 4 and 6 of the Native Hawaiian Health Care Improvement Act, 42 U.S.C. 11703, 11705, of the total amount appropriated by the preceding sentence, not less than $20 million shall be grants or contracts to Papaolakani and to qualified entities under Section 4 and 6 of the Native Hawaiian Health Improvement Act, 42 U.S.C. 11703, 11705, B, use of funds. Amounts made available to an awardee pursuant to subsection A shall be used, 1, to plan, prepare for, promote, distribute, administer, and track COVID-19 vaccines, and to carry out other vaccine-related activities. 2, to detect, diagnose, trace, and monitor COVID-19 infections and related activities necessary to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, including activities related to and equipment or supplies purchased for testing, contact tracing, surveillance, mitigation, and treatment of COVID-19. 3, to purchase equipment and supplies to conduct mobile testing or vaccinations for COVID-19, to purchase and maintain mobile vehicles, equipment to conduct such testing or vaccinations, and to hire and train laboratory personnel and other staff to conduct such mobile testing or vaccinations, particularly in medically underserved areas. 4, to establish, expand, and sustain the healthcare workforce to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19, and to carry out other health workforce-related activities. 5, to modify, enhance, and expand healthcare services and infrastructure. And 6, to conduct community outreach and education activities related to COVID-19. C, past expenditures. An awardee may use amounts awarded pursuant to subsection A to cover the costs of the awardee carrying out any activities described in subsection B during the period beginning on the date of the declaration of the public health emergency by the Secretary under Section 319 of Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 247D on January 31st, 2020, with respect to COVID-19 and ending on the date of such award. Section 2602, funding for National Health Service Corps. A, in general, in addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $800 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Sections 338A, 338B, 338I of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 254L, 254L1, 25Q1 with respect to the health workforce. B, state loan repayment programs. 1, in general, of the amount made available pursuant to Section A, $100 million shall be made available for providing primary health services through the grants to states under Section 338IA of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 254Q1A. 2, conditions with respect to grants described in paragraph 1 using funds made available under such paragraph. A, Section 338IB of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 254Q1B shall not apply. B, notwithstanding Section 338ID2 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 254Q1D2, not more than 10% of an award to a state from such amounts may be used by the state for costs of administering the state loan repayment program. Section 2603, funding for Nurse Corps. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $200 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Section 846 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 297N. Section 2604, funding for the teaching health centers that operate graduate medical education. A, in general. In addition to amounts otherwise available and notwithstanding the capped amount referenced in subsections 340HB2 and 340HD2 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256HB2 and D2, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $330 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023 for the program of payments to teaching health centers that operate graduate medical education under subsection 340H of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256H, and for teaching health center development grants authorized under Section 749A of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 291B, use of funds. Amounts available pursuant to subsection A shall be used for the following activities. 1, for making payments to establish new approved graduate medical residency training programs pursuant to Section 340HA1C of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256HA1C. 2, to provide an increase to the per resident amount described in Sections 340HA2 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256HA2 of $10,000. 3, for making payments under Section 340HA1A of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256HA1A, to qualify teaching health centers for maintenance of filled positions at existing approved graduate medical residency training programs. 4, for making payments under Section 340HA1B of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256A1B for the expansion of approved graduate medical residency training programs. 5, for making awards under Section 749A of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 293L1, to teaching health centers for the purpose of establishing new accredited or expanded primary care residency programs. 6, to cover administrative costs and activities necessary for qualified teaching health centers receiving payments under Section 340H of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 256H, to carry out activities under such section. Section 2605, funding for family planning. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $50 million to remain available until expended for necessary expenses for making grants and contracts under Section 1001 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 300. Subtitle H, Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder. Section 2701, funding for block grants for community mental health services. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the subtitle referred to as the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1,500 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Subpart 1 of Part B of Title 19 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 300X, Subpart 3 of Part B of Title 19 of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 300X 51, and Section 505C of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 290AA-4C, with respect to mental health, notwithstanding Section 1952 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 300X 62, any amount awarded to a state out of amount appropriated by this section shall be expended by the state by September 30th, 2025. Section 2702, funding for block grants for prevention and treatment of substance abuse. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1,500 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Subpart 2 of Part B of Title 19 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 300X 21, Subpart 3 of Part B of Title 19 of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 300X 51, Section 505D of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 290AA 41D, with respect to substance abuse, and Section 515D of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 290BB-21D, notwithstanding Section 1952 of the Public Health Service Act, 42 U.S.C. 300X-62, any amount awarded to a state out of amounts appropriated by this section shall be expended by the state by September 30th, 2025.
Section 2703, funding for mental health and substance use disorder training for healthcare professionals, paraprofessionals, and public safety officers, A, in general. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $80 million to remain available until expended for the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funding. The Secretary, acting through the Administrator of the Health Resources and Services Administration, shall, taking into consideration the needs of rural and medically underserved communities, use amounts appropriated by subsection A to award grants or contracts to health professions, schools, academic health centers, state or local governments, Indian tribes and tribal organizations, or other appropriate public or private nonprofit entities or consortia of entities, including entities promoting multidisciplinary approaches to plan, develop, operate, or participate in health professions and nursing training activities for healthcare students, residents, professionals, paraprofessionals, trainees, and public safety officers and employers of such individuals in evidence-informed strategies for reducing and addressing suicide, burnout, mental health conditions, and substance use disorders among healthcare professionals. Section 2704, funding for education and awareness campaign encouraging healthy work conditions and use of mental health and substance use disorder services by healthcare professionals. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $20 million to remain available until expended for the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funds. The Secretary, acting through the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and in consultation with the medical professional community, shall use amounts appropriated by subsection A to carry out a national evidence-based education and awareness campaign directed at healthcare professionals and first responders, such as emergency medical service providers and employers of such professionals and first responders. Such awareness campaign shall, 1, encourage primary prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders and secondary and tertiary prevention by encouraging healthcare professionals to seek support and treatment for their own mental health and substance use concerns, and 2, help such professionals to identify risk factors in themselves and others and respond to such risks. Section 2705, funding for grants for healthcare providers to promote mental health among their health professional workforce. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $40 million to remain available until expended for the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funds. The Secretary, acting through the Administrator of the Health Resources and Services Administration, shall, taking into consideration the needs of rural and medically underserved communities, use amounts appropriated by subsection A to award grants or contracts to entities providing health care, including healthcare providers, associations, and federally qualified health centers, to establish, enhance, or expand evidence-informed programs or protocols to promote mental health among their providers, other personnel, and members. Section 2706, funding for community-based funding for local substance use disorder services. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $30 million to remain available until expended to carry out the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funds. 1, in general, the Secretary, acting through the Assistant Secretary for Mental Health and Substance Use and in consultation with the Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, shall award grants to support states, local, tribal, and territorial governments, tribal organizations, nonprofit, community-based organizations, and primary and behavioral health organizations to support community-based overdose prevention programs, syringe services programs, and other harm reduction services. 2, use of grants. Grant funds awarded under this section to eligible entities shall be used for preventing and controlling the spread of infectious diseases and the consequences of such diseases for individuals with substance use disorder. Distributing opioid overdose reversal medication to individuals at risk of overdose, connecting individuals at risk for or with a substance use disorder to overdose education, counseling, and health education, and encouraging such individuals to take steps to reduce the negative personal and public health impacts of substance use or misuse. Section 2707, funding for community-based funding for local behavioral health needs. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $50 million to remain available until expended to carry out the purpose described in subsection B. B, use of funds. 1, in general, the Secretary, acting through the Assistant Secretary for Mental Health and Substance Use, shall award grants to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, tribal organizations, nonprofit community-based entities, and primary care and behavioral health organizations to address increased community behavioral health needs worsened by the COVID-19 public health emergency. 2, use of grants. Grant funds awarded under this section to eligible entities shall be used for promoting care coordination among local entities, training the mental and behavioral health workforce, relevant stakeholders, and community members, expanding evidence-based integrated models of care, addressing surge capacity for mental and behavioral health needs, providing mental and behavioral health services to individuals with mental health needs, including co-occurring substance use disorders, as delivered by behavioral and mental health professionals, utilizing telehealth services, and supporting, enhancing, or expanding mental and behavioral health preventive and crisis intervention services. Section 2708, funding for the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $10 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Section 582 of the Public Health Service Act 42 U.S.C. 290HH1 with respect to addressing the problem of high-risk or medically underserved persons who experience violence-related stress. Section 2709, funding for Project AWARE. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $30 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Section 520A of the Public Health Service Act 42 U.S.C. 290BB32 with respect to advancing wellness and resiliency in education. Section 2710, funding for youth suicide prevention. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $20 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Sections 520E and 520E2 of the Public Health Service Act 42 U.S.C. 290BB36, 290BB36B. Section 2711, funding for behavioral health workforce education and training. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $100 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Section 756 of the Public Health Service Act 42 U.S.C. 294E1. Section 2712, funding for pediatric mental health care access. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $80 million to remain available until expended for carrying out Section 330M of the Public Health Service Act 42 U.S.C. 254C19. Section 2713, funding for expansion grants for certified community behavioral health clinics. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary acting through the Assistant Secretary for Mental Health and Substance Use for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $420 million to remain available until expended for grants to communities and community organizations that meet the criteria for certified community behavioral health clinics pursuant to Section 223A of the Protecting Access to Medicare Act of 2014, 42 U.S.C. 1396A note. Subtitle 1, Exchange Grant Program, Section 2801, establishing a grant program for exchange modernization. A, in general, out of funds appropriated under subsection B, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in this subtitle referred to as the Secretary, shall award grants to each American Health Benefits Exchange established under Section 1311B of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18031B, other than an exchange established by the Secretary under Section 1321C of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 18041C, that submits to the Secretary an application at such time and in such manner and containing such information as specified by the Secretary for purposes of enabling such exchange to modernize or update any system, program, or technology utilized by such exchange to ensure such exchange is compliant with all requirements. B, funding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $20 million to remain available until September 30, 2022 for carrying out this section. Subtitle J, Continued Assistance to Rail Workers. Section 2901, Additional Enhanced Benefits under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. A, in general, Section 2A5A of the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act 45 U.S.C. 352A5A is amended 1 in the first sentence A by striking March 14, 2021 and inserting August 29, 2021. B, by striking or July 1, 2020, and inserting July 1, 2020, or July 1, 2021. And 2, by adding at the end the following: for registration periods beginning after March 14th, 2021, but on or before August 29th, 2021, the recovery benefit payable under this subparagraph shall be in the amount of $800. B, clarification on authority to use funds. Funds appropriated under subparagraph B of Section 2A5 of the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act, 45 U.S.C. 352A5, shall be available to cover the cost of recovery benefits provided under such Section 2A5 by reason of the amendments made by subsection A, as well as to cover the cost of such benefits provided under Section 2A5 as in effect on the day before the date of this enactment of this Act. 2902, extended unemployment benefits under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. A, in general, Section 2C2D of the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act, 45 U.S.C. 352C2D is amended 1, in Clause 1, A, and Subclause 1 by striking 185 days and inserting 305 days. B, in Subclause 2, by striking 19 consecutive 14-day periods and inserting 31 consecutive 14-day periods. And 2, by striking 6 consecutive 14-day periods and inserting 18 consecutive 14-day periods. 2, in Clause 2, A, by striking 120 days of unemployment and inserting 240 days of unemployment. B, by striking 12 consecutive 14-day periods and inserting 24 consecutive 14-day periods. And C, by striking 6 consecutive 14-day periods and inserting 18 consecutive 14-day periods. And 3, in Clause 3, A, by striking June 30, 2021 and inserting June 30, 2022. And B, by striking the provisions of Clauses 1 and 2 shall not apply to any employee whose extended benefit period under subparagraph B begins after March 14, 2021, and shall not apply to any employee with respect to any registration period beginning after April 5, 2021, and inserting the provisions of Clauses 1 and 2 shall not apply to any employee with respect to any registration period beginning after August 29, 2021. B, clarification on authority to use funds. Funds appropriated under either the first or second sentence of Clause 5 of Section 2C2D of the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act shall be available to cover the cost of additional extended unemployment benefits provided under Section 2C2D by reason of the amendments made by subsection A, as well as to cover the cost of such benefits provided under Section 2C2D as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this Act. Section 2903, extension of waiver of the 7-day waiting period for benefits under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. A, in general, Section 2112A of the CARES Act 15 U.S.C. 9030A is amended by striking March 14, 2021 and inserting August 29, 2021. B, clarification on authority to use funds. Funds appropriated under Section 2112C of the CARES Act 15 U.S.C. 9030C shall be available to cover the cost of additional benefits payable due to Section 2112A of such act by reason of the amendments made by subsection A, as well as to cover the cost of such benefits payable due to Section 2112A as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this Act. Section 2904, Railroad Retirement Board and Office of the Inspector General funding. In addition to amounts otherwise made available, there are appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $27,975,000 to remain available until expended for the Railroad Retirement Board to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, of which A, $6,800,000 shall be available for additional hiring and overtime bonuses as needed to administer the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act, and B, $21,175,000 shall be to supplement, not supplant, existing resources devoted to operations and improvements for the information technology investment initiatives of the Railroad Retirement Board, and two, $500,000 to remain available until expended for the Railroad Retirement Board Office of Inspector General for audit, investigatory, and review activities. Subtitle K, Ratepayer Protection. Section 2911, Funding for LIHEAP. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $4.5 billion to remain available through September 30, 2022 for additional funding to provide payments under Section 2602B of the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Act of 1981, 42 U.S.C. 8621B, except that $2.25 billion of such amounts shall be allocated as though the total appropriation for such payments for fiscal year 2021 was less than $1.975 billion, and 2, Section 2607B2B of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 8626B2B, shall not apply to funds appropriated under this section for fiscal year 2021. Section 2912, Funding for Water Assistance Program. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in this section referred to as the Secretary, for fiscal year 2021, out of any amounts in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million, to remain available until expended, for grants to states and Indian tribes to assist low-income households, particularly those with lowest incomes that pay a high proportion of household income for drinking water and wastewater services, by providing funds to owners or operators of public water systems or treatment works to reduce arrearages of and rates charged to such households for such services. B, allotment. The Secretary shall, 1, allot amounts appropriated in this section to a state or Indian tribe based on A, the percentage of households in the state or under the jurisdiction of the Indian tribe with income equal or less than 150% of the federal poverty line, and B, the percentage of households in the state or under the jurisdiction of the Indian tribe that spend more than 30% of monthly income on housing, and 2, reserve up to 3% of the amount appropriated in this section for Indian tribes and tribal organizations. Subtitle L, Assistance for Older Americans, Grant Families, and Kinship Families. Section 2921, Supporting Older Americans and Their Families. A, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1.434 billion to remain available until expended to carry out the Older Americans Act of 1965. B, allocation of amounts. Amounts made available by subsection A shall be available as follows. 1, $750 million shall be available to carry out Part C of Title III of such Act. 2, $25 million shall be available to carry out Title VI of such Act, including Part C of such title. 3, $460 million shall be available to carry out Part B of Title III of such Act, including for A, supportive services of the types made available for fiscal year 2020, B, efforts related to COVID-19 vaccination outreach, including education, communication, transportation, and other activities to facilitate vaccination of older individuals, and C, prevention and mitigation activities related to COVID-19 focused on addressing extended social isolation among older individuals, including activities for investments in technological equipment and solutions or other strategies aimed at alleviating negative health effects of social isolation due to long-term stay-at-home recommendations for older individuals for the duration of the COVID-19 public health emergency. 4, $44 million shall be available to carry out Part D of Title III of such Act. 5, $145 million shall be available to carry out Part E of Title III of such Act. 6, $10 million shall be available to carry out the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program under Title VII of such Act. Section 2922, National Technical Assistance Center on Grant Families and Kinship Families. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $10 million to remain available through September 30th, 2025 for the Secretary acting through the Administrator of the Administration for Community Living to establish directly or through grants or contracts a National Technical Assistance Center on Grant Families and Kinship Families, in this section referred to as the Center, to provide training, technical assistance, and resources for government programs, nonprofit, and other community-based organizations in Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and urban Indian organizations that serve grant families and kinship families to support the health and well-being of members of grant families and kinship families, including caregivers, children, and their parents. The center shall focus primarily on serving grant families and kinship families in which the primary caregiver is an adult age 55 or older, or the child has one or more disabilities. B, activities of the center. The center shall, 1, engage experts to stimulate the development of new and identify existing evidence-based, evidence-informed, and exemplary practices or programs related to health promotion, including mental health and substance use disorder treatment, education, nutrition, housing, financial needs, legal issues, disability, self-determination, caregiver support, and other issues to help serve caregivers, children and their parents in grandfamilies and kinship families. 2, encourage and support the implementation of the evidence-based, evidence-informed, and exemplary practices or programs identified under paragraph 1 to support grandfamilies and kinship families, and to promote coordination of services for grandfamilies and kinship families across systems that support them. 3, facilitate learning across states, territories, Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and urban Indian organizations for providing technical assistance, resources, and training related to issues described in paragraph 1 to individuals and entities across systems that directly work with grandfamilies and kinship families. 4, help government programs, nonprofit, and other community-based organizations in Indian tribes, tribal organizations, and urban Indian organizations serving grandfamilies and kinship families to plan and coordinate responses to assist grandfamilies and kinship families during national, state, tribal, territorial, and local emergencies and disasters. And 5, assist government programs and nonprofit and other community-based organizations in promoting equity and implementing culturally and linguistically appropriate approaches as the programs and organizations serve grandfamilies and kinship families. Title III, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Subtitle A, Defense Production Act of 1950. Section 3101, COVID-19 Emergency Medical Supplies Enhancement. A, supporting enhanced use of the Defense Production Act of 1950. In addition to funds otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated.
$10 billion notwithstanding Section 304E of the Defense Production Act of 1950, 50 U.S.C. 4534E to remain available until September 30, 2025, to carry out Titles 1, 3, 7 in such act in accordance with subsection B. B, medical supplies and equipment. 1, testing, PPE, vaccines, and other materials except it is provided in paragraph 2. Amounts appropriated in subsection A shall be used for the purchase, production, including the construction, repair, and retrofitting of government-owned or private facilities as necessary, or distribution of medical supplies and equipment, including durable medical equipment relating to combating the COVID-19 pandemic, including A, in vitro diagnostic products for the detection of SARS-CoV-2 or the diagnosis of the virus that causes COVID-19, and the reagents and other materials necessary for producing, conducting, and administering such products, and the machinery, equipment, laboratory capacity, or other technology necessary to produce such products. Face masks, B, face masks and personal protective equipment, including face shields, nitrile gloves, and N95 filtering face piece, respirators, and any other masks or equipment, including durable medical equipment needed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the materials, machinery, additional manufacturing lines or facilities, or other technology necessary to produce such equipment. And C, drugs, devices, and biological products that are approved, cleared, licensed, or authorized for use in treating or preventing COVID-19 and symptoms related to COVID-19, and any materials, manufacturing, machinery, additional manufacturing or fill finish lines or facilities, technology or equipment necessary to produce or use such drugs, biological products, or devices, including syringes, vials, or other supplies or equipment related to delivery, distribution, or administration. 2, responding to public health emergencies after September 30, 2022, amounts appropriated in subsection A may be used for any activity authorized by paragraph 1 or any other activity necessary to meet critical public health needs of the United States with respect to any pathogen that the President has determined has the potential for creating a public health emergency. Subtitle B, Housing Provisions, Section 3201, Emergency Rental Assistance. A, funding. 1, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of the Treasury for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $21 billion, $550 million to remain available until September 30, 2027 for making payments to eligible guarantees under this section. 2, reservation of funds. Of the amount appropriated under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall reserve A, $305 million for making payments under this section to the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the United States Virgin Islands, Guam, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and America Samoa. B, $30 million for costs of the Secretary for the administration of emergency rental assistance programs and technical assistance to recipients of any grants made by the Secretary to provide financial and other assistance to renters. C, $3 million for administrative expenses of the Inspector General relating to oversight of funds provided in this section. And D, $2.5 billion for payments to high-need grantees as provided in this section. B, allocation of funds to eligible grantees. 1, allocation for states and units of local government. A, in general, the amount appropriated under paragraph 1 of subsection A that remains under the application of paragraph 2 of such subsection shall be allocated to eligible grantees described in subparagraphs A and B of subsection F1 in the same manner as the amount appropriated under section 501 of subtitle A of title 5 of division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, Public Law 116-260, is allocated to states and units of local government under subsection B1 of subsection, except that section 501B of such subtitle A shall be applied, 1, without regard to 1 of paragraph 1A, 2, by deeming the amount appropriated under paragraph 1 of subsection A of this act that remains after the application of paragraph 2 of such subsection to be the amount deemed to apply for purposes of applying clause 2 of section 501B1A of such subtitle A. 3, by substituting $152 million for $200 million each place such term appears. 4, in the subclause 1 of such subsection 501B1AV, by substituting under section 3201 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for under section 501 of the subtitle A of Title 5 of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, and 5, in subclause 2 of such section 501B1A5 by substituting local government elects to receive funds from the Secretary under section 3201 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, and will use the funds in a manner consistent with such section for local government elects to receive funds from the Secretary under section 501 of subtitle A of Title 5 of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, and will use the funds in a manner consistent with such section. B, pro rata adjustment. The Secretary shall make pro rata adjustments in the amount of the allocations determined under subparagraph A of this paragraph for entities described in such subparagraph as necessary to ensure that the total amount of allocations made pursuant to such subparagraph does not exceed the remainder appropriated amount described in such subparagraph. 2, allocations for territories. The amount reserved for under subsection A2A shall be allocated to eligible grantees guaranteed in subsection F1C in the same manner as the amount appropriated under section 501A2A of subtitle A of Title 5 of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, Public Law 116-260, is allocated under section 501B3 of such subtitle A to eligible grantees described under subparagraph C of such section 501B3, except that section 501B3 of such subtitle A shall be applied A in paragraph A by inserting of section 3201 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 after the amount reserved under subsection A2A, and B in clause 1 of paragraph B by substituting the amount equal to 0.3% of the amount appropriated under subsection A1 with the amount equal to 0.3% of the amount appropriated under subsection A1 of section 3201 of American Rescue Plan of 2021. 3, high-need grantees. The Secretary shall allocate funds reserved under subsection A2B to eligible grantees with a high need for assistance under this section, with the number of very low-income renter households paying more than 50% of income on rent or living in substandard or overcrowded conditions, rental market costs, and change in employment since February 2020, used as the factors for allocating funds. C, payment schedule. 1, in general. The Secretary shall pay eligible grantees not less than 40% of each such eligible grantee's total allocation provided under subsection B within 60 days of enactment of this act. 2, subsequent payments. The Secretary shall pay to eligible grantees additional amounts in tranches up to the full amount of each such eligible grantee's total allocation in accordance with the procedure established by the Secretary, provided that any such procedure established by the Secretary shall require that an eligible grantee must have obligated not less than 75% of the funds already dispersed by the Secretary pursuant to this section prior to disbursement of additional funds. D, use of funds. 1, in general, an eligible grantee shall only use the funds provided from payments made under this section as follows. A, financial assistance. 1, in general, subject to clause 2 of this subparagraph, funds received by an eligible grantee from payments made under this section shall be used to provide financial assistance to eligible households not to exceed 18 months, including the payment of 1, rent, 2, rental arrears, 3, utilities and home energy costs, 4, utilities and home energy cost arrears, and 5, other expenses related to housing as defined by the Secretary. 2, limitation, the aggregate amount of financial assistance an eligible household may receive under this section when combined with financial assistance provided under Section 501 of Subtitle A of Title V of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2021, Public Law 116-260, shall not exceed 18 months. B, housing stability services. Not more than 10% of funds received by an eligible grantee from payments under this section may be used to provide case management and other services intended to help keep households stably housed. C, administrative costs. Not more than 15% of the total amount paid to an eligible grantee under this section may be used for administrative costs attributable to providing financial assistance, housing stability services, and other affordable rental housing and eviction prevention activities, including for data collection and reporting requirements related to such funds. D, other affordable rental housing and eviction prevention activities. An eligible grantee may use any funds from payments under this section that are unobligated on October 1, 2022 for purposes in addition to those specified in this paragraph, provided that 1, such other purposes are affordable rental housing and eviction prevention purposes as defined by the Secretary serving very low-income families as such term is defined in Section 3B of the United States Housing Act of 1937, 42 U.S.C. 1437a(b), and 2, prior to obligating any funds for such purposes, the eligible grantee has obligated not less than 75% of the total funds allocated to such eligible grantee in accordance with this section. 2, distribution of assistance. Amounts appropriated under subsection A1 of this section shall be subject to the same terms and conditions that apply under paragraph 4 of section 501C of subtitle A of title V of division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2021, Public Law 116-260. 2, amounts appropriated under subsection A1 of such section 501. E, reallocation of funds. 1, in general, beginning March 31, 2022, the Secretary shall reallocate funds allocated to eligible grantees in accordance with subsection B, but not yet paid in accordance with subsection C2, according to a procedure established by the Secretary. 2, eligibility for reallocated funds. The Secretary shall require an eligible grantee to have obligated 50% of the total amount of funds allocated to such eligible grantee under subsection B to be eligible to receive funds reallocated under paragraph 1 of this subsection. 3, payment of reallocated funds by the Secretary. The Secretary shall pay to each eligible grantee eligible for a payment of reallocated funds described in paragraph 2 of this subsection the amount allocated to such eligible grantee in accordance with the procedure established by the Secretary in accordance with paragraph 1 of this subsection. 4, use of reallocated funds. Eligible grantees may use any funds received in accordance with this subsection only for purposes specified in paragraph 1 of subsection D. F, definitions. In this section, 1, eligible grantee. The term eligible grantee means any of the following. A, the 50 states of the United States and the District of Columbia. B, a unit of local government as defined in paragraph 5. C, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the United States Virgin Islands, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and America Samoa. 2, eligible household. The term eligible household means a total of 1 or more individuals who are obligated to pay rent on a residential dwelling and with respect to which the eligible grantee involved determines that A, 1 or more individuals within the household has 1, qualified for unemployment benefits, or 2, experienced a reduction in household income, incurred significant costs, or experienced other financial hardship during or due directly or indirectly to the coronavirus pandemic. B, 1 or more individuals within the household can demonstrate a risk of experiencing homelessness or housing instability, and C, the household is a low-income family. As such term is defined in Section 3B of the United States Housing Act of 1937, 42 U.S.C. 1437a(b). 3, Inspector General. The term Inspector General means the Inspector General of the Department of the Treasury. 4, Secretary. The term Secretary means the Secretary of the Treasury. 5, Unit of Local Government. The term Unit of Local Government has the meaning given such term in Section 501 of Subtitle A of Title V of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2021, Public Law 116-260. G, Availability. Funds provided to an eligible grantee under a payment made under this section shall remain available through September 30, 2025. H, extension of availability in a program for existing funding. Paragraph 1 of Section 501E of Subtitle A of Title V of Division N of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2021, Public Law 116-260, is amended by striking December 31, 2021 and inserting September 30, 2022. Section 3202, Emergency Housing Vouchers. A, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there was an appropriated to the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in this section referred to as the Secretary for fiscal year 2021 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $5 billion to remain available until September 30, 2030 for 1, incremental emergency vouchers under subsection B. 2, renewals of the vouchers under subsection B. 3, fees for the cost of administrating vouchers under subsection B and other eligible expenses defined by notice to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus, to facilitate the leasing of the emergency vouchers, such as security deposit assistance and other costs related to retention and support of participating owners. And 4, adjustments in the calendar year 2021, section